home field advantage is to you. How important is it, and what kind of tone can they set with a win against the 49ers at home week 1?
You always protect the house, right? That's what you're supposed to do. It's called home field advantage for a reason. Why? Because you're at the house. That's your locker room, your stadium. Your fans are supporting you for the most part. And just the vibes are supposed to be good. You mentioned they won 3 games last year at home. You beat the Denver Broncos. You lose to the Buffalo Bills, the Rams, Minnesota, and Green Bay. So there are some playoff teams that you went up against last night. You only got 1 win out of those playoff teams at home, and some of the games weren't really close. Buffalo beat you by a little bit or whatnot, and then you go 7-1 on the road. You've done something that no team has ever done in franchise history.
Great,
right? It was backwards. So imagine if you did protect the house. Imagine if you did play better at home. I was trying to figure out exactly what it was about home that got them. And defensively, they allowed 64% completion rate from quarterbacks at home, 65% on the road. Rushing, they allowed 4.5 per carry at home, 4.7 on the road. Passing, 7 yards per attempt, 6.8 per attempt. No real big differences there, right? It comes down to scoring, really. And then offensively, they completed 72% as opposed to 67%. Rushing at home, they rushed for 3.8 per carry. On the road, 4.7. And then passing, it was pretty even at 7. So what is it exactly? And football is a little different, right? In baseball, you know you're going to line up. There's going to be 9 guys out there. You're going to have first, second, third, shortstop, catcher, pitcher, 3 outfielders. It's going to be pretty consistent, and then the ballpark kind of affects the way that the game plays out as well. You know, if you play here in Seattle, it's going to be tough to hit bombs unless you're the Mariners. You play on the road, it might be easier. You go to Colorado, you go to Cincinnati. In football, it's more weather. The dimensions don't change on a football field, but the weather might affect what's going on there too. So if you're playing in inclement weather and you're not good at running the football, it could change the way this whole game goes down. This year, they have 3 games against playoff teams. I'm looking at the guys they have this year at home: San Francisco, New Orleans, Tampa, Houston, Arizona, Minnesota, and Indy. Favorable this year as opposed to last year. Last year, you didn't know exactly who you were going to get as far as offense and defense. This year, we feel like we know what we're going to get defensively. Offense is going to be the question. Protect the house, no matter what it takes. I can run through all these numbers, right? I can tell you the completion percentage, scoring, all that stuff. It's just about winning that ball game and doing it in a way that fits what you're going up against. Is it a 3-4 defense this week? Are you playing a mobile quarterback? There's so many different variables when it comes to this, and we've been talking so much about the Mariners. I was trying just to see the differences in football and in baseball, and I think I found some. But what it comes down to, this execution and what side of the ball is going to lead the charge. I think you and I are looking at the defense.
Absolutely. Mike McDonald and the Seahawks feel exactly the way you do about it. Cut 4. Here's what the head coach had to say about last year's home struggles.
We spent a lot of time studying it, and we're tweakers. You know, we're kind of, we say, chasing edges. We're always trying to figure out what's the best way to do stuff. So we're tweaking our away schedule too. We've looked at our home operation from Friday to Sunday as something as different as, like, how do we get the guys to eat more frequently? Like, how can we help control that? I mean, we're kind of looking at everything. So yeah, there's definitely stuff that we've changed, but it's not like wholesale shifts. And I say moving and shaking all the time about, hey, what's just the best for us and this team. So yeah, we're making those decisions all the time, especially at home.
In cut 8, Jaron Reed talked about the importance of getting home field back.
I mean, it's very important. We got to take care of home field. You know, this is our sanctuary. This is where we play, and we gotta use that to our advantage.
Cooper, as a newcomer, said he felt that from a lot of you guys, how important that was. Was that kind of a big point of emphasis for you guys this offseason based on how it went last year?
Absolutely. We got to win at home, point blank, period.
Point blank period, they absolutely do. Nick Wagoner, who's going to join us later for the huddle, he covers the 49ers for ESPN. He posted up some stats from Vivid Seats saying that there would be like over half of fans being 49ers fans. I don't know about that information Vivid has. You're going to be talking about that coming up in 4 Down territory in the 11 a.m. hour. So we'll get back to that specific data point. But I'm wondering if we're right back to that chicken and the egg kind of conversation. What needs to happen first? The Seahawks need to win at home and then more fans show up, or more fans show up and then that helps the Seahawks win at home?
I think it's first and foremost the responsibility of the organization, the head coach, and the players to put a product on the football field that fans want to go see. You cannot ask fans to be loyal to you if they feel like you're not going out there and putting together a team or a performance that's worth cheering for. Also, on the flip side, I would challenge fans to be that extra support. There's a reason why you're called the 12s, because at some point in this organization's history, you had a huge impact. You were forcing false starts. You were loud when the ops were on offense. Those things matter. That's why it's called home field advantage. That's the main thing. So there are some things that the 12s can do to help this situation. Don't sell your tickets. But also, if Mike McDonald in the game come out and they look great on defense and they move the ball on offense, what is that going to do? It's going to intrigue people. Instead of watching the game at home, they're going to want to be a part of this. They're going to want to see this thing live. So it's a two-way street. The fans got to do their part, but also this team's got to go out there and play some really good football, some exciting football. I'm sure there are some teams across the country that might not win as many games as the Seahawks, but their fans are going to show up regardless. So it's a culture thing too, man. There's a lot going on in this region with these big corporations buying tickets, selling tickets. It's easy for the Niners to get up here. They got a loyal fan base. There are some things working against them, but end of the day, if you put a football team out there that is worth cheering for and are making some moves and some big plays, people will show up.
Now, maybe I'm a hater because I think this is the difference between being a fan and being a bandwagon fan. Don't be the latter, I always say. News up this morning in our next story here with the Seahawks. Seattle and Abe Lucas have reportedly agreed to a 3-year extension worth up to $46 million. That from NFL Network's Mike Garafolo. It's the first extension awarded to anyone from the 2022 class. Bump. We were having conversations about whether or not they'd extend Ken Walker, whether or not Charles Cross would get an extension. No, they did exercise Cross's 5th-year option. So technically that was the first contract move, I guess, from this class. But what do you think it says about this confidence that the team has in Abe Lucas, who's been dealing with his knee injury off and on?
This tells me that he looks great, that they appreciate the work that he put in during the offseason. He spent a lot of time outside the facility working with his people. They did a great job with them. It shows that they like what they saw during preseason. He probably played the most snaps out of any starting offensive lineman during the preseason. And from what I know of Abe, it's probably at his asking. He wanted to be out there so he can feel it, so he can just get his legs under him again. Man, it's been a while since he's put together a bunch of plays. So, no, that shows that they're confident, that he's healthy, that they like where he is. He's trimmed down some weight, added some muscle, and he's important. Might not be a Pro Bowler. Maybe he will become a Pro Bowler, but he's important what these guys are doing. Him and Charles Cross are the centerpieces of this offensive line, even though they're playing outside on the tackles. Hopefully they found another guy in Raible. I like this move, man. You don't let good linemen leave.
I thought it was really interesting. Speaking of not letting good linemen leave, I had to really rack my brain to think, God, when's the last time they gave an extension to a drafted offensive lineman? They didn't give one to Jermaine Ifedi. I don't think they give one to Russell Okung. I don't know if they exercised an option. Maybe that wasn't a thing with that CBA. I can't totally remember. I know that they extended Britt, but I couldn't remember if that was an extension when he was here or if it was a second stint. I was just really trying to think, like, man, they have not really had guys that they've drafted and then hung on to. They've had guys they've drafted that have helped out. They've had guys they've drafted that have walked in free agency, signed with other teams, and continued an NFL career. Most notably, they've had a guy that they did have, Max Unger, that then they traded that probably had the best post-Seahawks career. So I also think it's a move in a positive direction for a team that has not had a lot of luck in getting long-term careers out of drafted offensive linemen. Do you want to talk about the 49ers now?
Let's do it.
Okay. So the 49ers as an opponent are really, really interesting. They're favored in this one. And I will say they're also like the 7th-ish team that Vegas odds makers have as winning the Super Bowl. So they're a favorite just to win, kind of get back to their old form. You got stars in the front 7 with Bosa and Warner, McCaffrey back. Tell me if I'm wrong with feeling this way about the team. I think Seattle wants to hit the ground running, literally and figuratively. You want to win at home, but you also want to establish your run. It's the thing that you were really, really, really talking about in the offseason. I also wonder if leaning on Sam Darnold and your receivers is how you win this one against a San Francisco team that's weaker in the backfield. Or excuse me, the defensive backfield.
There will be times where Sam has to make a big play, and these receivers have to make a big play. But the capability of making those big plays are going to be contingent on whether you get this run game going. You can make big plays in line of one-on-one and win your matchups, but this isn't that type of offense. This isn't a straight-up 2x2 shotgun, let's go get it. There are times where Sam's going to be in shotgun. There's a clear passing down, and you do that. But if you get in those situations, that means you haven't been successful on first and second down, running the football or chipping away with screens or whatnot. So, yes, there will be times where this offense has to make plays through the air. Every offense has to do that. I don't care who your quarterback is, who your running back is. But it's vital that they establish the run. It's vital that that is their first punch because we know how Sam operates. He is best when he is under center and he's play action and throwing the football. Geno was best when he was play action and throwing the football. It's just that you get in these third and long situations, you become predictable, and there's no change in it. It's 3rd and 8, and you're down by 7. You're probably gonna throw the dang football. It's no secret, right? So the thing is not getting yourself into those situations, which you will be. It's impossible for a team to. It's not impossible, but it's rare that a team never has that situation. They will have to make plays. Sam will have to make throws. They will have to make catches, but it's all set up by the run.
The 49ers were 6-11 last season. FTN Fantasy had them as losing the most games due to injury, 4th in total offense. They had some issues converting all that yardage into points there. They were 14th, which is around where the Seahawks were. They were separated by some decimals, but both averaged 22 points per game. I don't know what to expect from the Seahawks offense. I am curious about the 49ers offense because these are familiar faces,
Right.
but are they going to have quite as much luck against what I think could be the best Seahawks defense in quite a few years?
Man, this offense, we're talking about the Niners offense, right? This offense is a plug and play type of offense. Remember that year they had 3 or 4 running backs in that offense, and all of them got off.
Yeah, we saw all 3 against Seattle.
Mostert, Wilson, Guerrero, all of them went off. And it's because of coaching, great coaching over there, and 2, they're taught in a way to where they understand exactly what they're doing. I will always give a Shanahan offense the benefit of the doubt, but I also will give this Seahawks defense the benefit of the doubt. You're going up against an offense that does a lot of the things that your offense does here in Seattle. So you're more equipped to recognize some things. Obviously, there are some wrinkles that Shanahan's going to throw out there, but then it comes down just to personnel. You have your scheme. I've said this before. I've never lost a game on paper. Every game that I've coached, I've won on paper, but then little Bobby messes up the snap, jumps off sides, drops the football, doesn't make the block. That's where you start to separate yourself. So now let's look at the personnel situation. When I think of the secondary, and I look at what the 49ers bring in their wideout positions, I like the matchups. I think you're fine. Pearsall, good young wideout. Juwan Jennings, a good wideout. You got NVS over there. We're familiar with him. All right. George Kittle, I feel like the safety should be able to handle him as well. Now let's look at the run game. Christian McCaffrey, getting a little long in the tooth. My man is getting old a little bit. Still has the ability to make the big play. I think that's where the advantage comes. It's either on the Niners side with Christian McCaffrey, or it's on the Seahawks side with their ability to handle, to contain him. He's going to make plays. I never go into a game where Christian McCaffrey is playing and say, shut him down, easy, let's go. No, Christian McCaffrey is a baller, offensive player of the year. He's going to make plays.
Yeah.
That's where the advantage is going to be. Can the D-line in that box clog up those lanes and force Christian McCaffrey to try to bounce everything to where he can rally to the football? I like the matchup.
Yep.
I like the schemes. Who's going to make more plays?
Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bubba and Stacy.
Headline number 1. NFL Network's Mike Garafolo says the Seahawks and Abe Lucas have reportedly agreed to a 3-year extension with worth up to $46 million. What's the real headline?
They must have a lot of confidence in both of his knees.
Hey, when you know, you know. That's your person.
That's them and Abe.
Yeah. When you know, you trust. You've been through some battles. You've lost some trust because of health.
They're like,
but
Abe.
You've watched how they rehabilitated. They got their life together, and they're ready to go. I'm so happy for this, man. Happy for Abe, obviously, because he's a Coug. He's a local guy, too. Big up Archbishop High School. But he's a good ball player. If you're a tackle and they're contemplating moving you to guard out of necessity, that shows some versatility. I love the way they've been using him this year. That wide zone, getting him out on the edge. I like it, man. It's a great signing. Good for Abe, but better for the Seahawks fans in this organization.
I like that, usually left tackle centers so often are leaders on teams, but I think that we've overlooked the potential of Abe's quiet leadership just because he's been hurt. I mean, last year we started the season without seeing Abe Lucas at all, right? We were looking at like George Fant, and then George Fant got hurt so quickly, and then you're looking at a constant rotation with Stone Forsythe, a couple other guys getting worked in there. I think that it started out as a rookie season with, oh man, Abe and Charles, like what a great young tackle tandem that you have there. And then very quickly it became, okay, Charles Cross is going to need to step up because we don't know what's going to happen with Abe. I'm really looking forward to talking about Abe exploring leadership this year if he can stay on the field. You got to be on the field to be a leader.
Some guys, now I don't take Abe as a rah-rah leader. He is a intense one-on-one talk to you, watch the way I work. watch my my effort out there type of leader. And I think that there are a bunch of ways to lead. And I like the way that Abe does it, man. He's the type of dude, when you walk in the room, you just feel his presence. You just feel him. I did some Coug events, I emceed some Coug events this spring. And I knew Abe was in the building. I didn't even see him. I just felt him. This big old shadow just walks by me. I'm like, that's got to be Abe, man. He's intense. He's focused. He's locked in, a mature young man. I like this signing. Now just go out and ball out.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 2, the NFL season starts tonight with the Super Bowl champion Eagles taking on the Cowboys. What's the real headline?
Man, Jerry Jones's theory that moving on from Micah makes the defense better is going to get tested real early.
They better stop the run. They better stop the run.
If anyone isn't sure, Jerry Jones heavily implied that they would be better against the run without Micah Parsons.
Now you're going up against Saquon Barkley, arguably the best running back in the game. I don't see you stopping him, but you better look good against that run. You have fluffed up this trade so much to your Dallas Cowboy fans, and blindly they follow you. Blindly, Dallas Cowboys fans think every year is their year. And I guarantee you there are fans out there that think this was the best move for the organization. You better be able to stop that run when you need to stop it, but it ain't gonna matter. The Eagles are gonna smack them anyway, and Jerry's gonna be feeling that. This is gonna be an interesting year for Dallas. I had them picked to finish third in the division. They might be fighting with the Giants at this point. Dak better have a Joe Burrow type of season to where he just carries the team offensively and puts up a bunch of points, because this could go bad fairly quickly. I don't see them winning this ball game. Philly has a better personnel, but you got to look decent against the run.
Hey, speaking of Philly, they're a heavy favorite, obviously, coming out of the NFC, the defending Super Bowl champions. Which NFC team might give Philly the best run for their money this year? It's certainly not going to be Dallas.
It's Green Bay.
Green Bay with Micah?
Green Bay and the Lions right now. I'm waiting to see what JJ looks like with the Minnesota Vikings. Obviously, there's personnel over there, but he has to be able to perform. I think he'll be fine. But you got to look at Green Bay. I mean, Jordan Love, the last 7 games to end the season, didn't turn the ball over one time. He started off a little rough, playing well. Now you got Mike over there defensively. You got Josh Jacobs running the rock. I'm looking at Green Bay. It's conference championship or bust.
I can't get over trading your best player to a team in your conference.
Crazy.
That you're going to have to get past. Like, this team's in a Super Bowl window. If you want to still compete, you need to get past them, and you just made them better. I can't get over it.
According to Adam Schefter, too, Philly made a better offer than Green Bay.
Why
to get
Green
Micah.
Bay?
But you're not going to trade in the division. You did in the conference, that's bad. But trading in the division would have been crazy.
That's fair. That's fair.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, the Mariners mercifully have a day off today. What's the real headline?
Or as Harry Ford calls it, Thursday. It's just every day for Harry Ford.
Just every day is an off day.
Still waiting to see him in this lineup getting some action.
You knew it was bad when the starting pitcher for Tampa Bay, is that we're playing? Tampa Bay. 3 pitches, 3 outs in that first inning. Like, easy work. And then you come out and Kirby's getting lit up. I'm sitting at my son's practice, listening to it on the radio, taking notes for this weekend, and you felt it. You felt it early in that game that this just wasn't it. And I don't even know what it looked like, because obviously I'm listening to the radio. I could imagine just the body language, the demeanor. I think you were talking about it off air.
Bad body language.
I felt it through the radio.
Yeah, it was there.
The belief is gone with this team. They need to a day off, recalibrate, go play some golf or something, man.
Well,
Georgia got some nice golf course down there. Relax, do something, and get your mind right, because this is getting ugly fairly quickly.
This is where, obviously, never having been a baseball player, never having been in a clubhouse, really stumps me. And I'm excited to ask Ryan this question. Is like, okay, when you get like this, when you're in a bad slump, when you're losing hold on trying to win your division, on trying to get to the playoffs, and it's going to be by maybe a game or two for like the, 3rd consecutive year, that's incredibly frustrating. Is the onus on a manager to do something? Because you can't really be a rah-rah guy in 162, but you got 22 games left, 23. Is it on the leaders in your clubhouse to have a players-only meeting? Do you just wait for guys to get out of a slump? Like, what does leadership look like right now? Because I did not love the body language in this one.
I think it has to be on the players at this point. Dan has used up all his speeches by now. What, you 140-something games in? You only got so many, and you can only do so many, because then it falls on deaf ears. This is up to the players now. Guys on the mound need to tighten up, hit your spots. Bullpen, be ready to go. I don't care if you're tired or you're being used. Cal, I know Cal don't want any days off, but I don't feel sorry for your body at this point. You got to suck it up, man. This is it's go time, and you're starting to show some of the characteristics that we're used to seeing. That's what's getting people a bit nervous about their performance. Can they still bounce back and do their thing? Yes, they can. There are, 21 games left or something like that, 22? You got some time, but not much time. You need to go on a run right now.
How hot is the seat Dan is sitting on right now, says the 206. I don't know that it's a hot seat. First-year manager, a former Mariner that's beloved by fans. I think people are just coming around to the idea of, oh, no matter how much you love Dan, the person, he's figuring this out, and this is a team that should be better. I think that's just where I would imagine most of the fan base is right now.
Now, I'm not for Dan being on the hot seat because of the things that you mentioned, right? This is first full year as a manager. He's got to develop too. Just like you develop your arms, you develop your players, Dan is developing as well. And no matter how this season ends, he's going to learn a lot from it. He's going to come back and change some things and be better. But, yeah, I'm a bit nervous.
A football question, last one here from the 253. Which is more likely to happen this season? Dallas is top 5 in sacks and a run-stopping defense. KC wins just 8 games, or the Jets or Giants make the playoffs?
Casey
None of those
games.
things.
Well, Casey, just 8 games or more than 8 games?
Casey only winning 8 games. Only winning 8 games. I think Casey is absolutely winning more.
I'll go with the Jets or the Giants making playoffs. I'll go with that. I think the Giants are going to be better than what people think.
The Giants' defense would have to be the top defense in the league for this to happen.
And their run game, it was pretty solid.
Whoa.
Against us, they were.
We're overlooking Russell Wilson.
Your boy. Your boy.
We can't do that. We just can't. Hawks Live is back for another season, and you can join Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer tonight starting at 7 p.m. at Bellevue Square Center Court for a live broadcast and preview of this week's game, plus a visit from Raible. That's tonight, 7 p.m., free event at Bellevue Square Center Court. Learn more at seattlesports.com/events. The Mariners made a fair but costly mistake entering 2025. That's next.
Touchdown Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football with the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible.
Number 71, Walter Jones. As strong as any defensive player he faced, he had the feet of a dancing bear, and he had hands that once they gripped you, he wasn't going to let go.
The next great chapter in Seahawks history begins Sunday in the season opener against the 49ers at Lumen Field. Kickoff at 1:05.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box, or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin. Muckleshoot. The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Homeowners, federal tax credits on heat pumps end soon. Home Comfort Alliance can help you save up to 75% on new in-stock heat pumps with combined discounts, utility rebates, and expiring federal tax credits on systems installed by December 31st. These are new in-stock high-efficiency models that will make your home comfortable year-round. Federal tax credits expire December 31st, so don't wait. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, it's Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people.
The fall, well, it's a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff, and Top Fitness has some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about working out in your home gym. It's the best. From flooring to everything that goes in that gym, like treadmills, ellipticals, and strength training systems, well, Top Fitness provides it all. Top Fitness represents the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, yes, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with so many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions right now, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll do a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing, mention you heard it from me, and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone, from personal trainers to professional athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit them online at topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Bump, you were thinking a lot about science experiments when you were thinking about the Mariners last night. In particular, about a formula that should have worked for Seattle. Tell us a bit more.
I shall tell you a bit more, Stacy. So, you wrote in an email that you read something, or was it a podcast?
It was a column. Nathan Bishop had a great column about like why he thinks the Mariners have kind of been stuck in this rebuilding phase. And to him, he was like, this is the final version. Like, this is what they look like.
Yeah, he talks about formulas, right? And I was thinking about like science experiments and elixirs and formulas or whatnot. And to have a predictable outcome with the formula, you have to control the environment, right? And their formula has been, let's develop pitchers, let's get them going, and we'll sprinkle in some bats. And the pitchers are the environment. That's what this team was based off of. That's gonna the position that's gonna lead the charge. So for 2 to 3 years, that environment has been pretty healthy. It's been pretty stable. Guys have been performing. They've been healthy for the most part. And slowly, the Mariners have been adding some bats, right? And the bats, with the pitching formula mixed in with the bats, you're expecting things to happen. And if the environment was the same this year, if the pitchers, the environment were the same this year, and you add the bats into that elixir, you could predict the outcome because the environment is consistent. It hasn't been consistent. That's the problem. Is you waited too long to add this elixir to that formula, and now you can't predict the reaction. It's not consistent because the pitchers have not been who they have been the last 2 to 3 seasons. No knock on them. That just happens. Like, we're in a room right now. Sometimes it's hot in here. Sometimes it's cold in here, right? You have to control the environment, and it felt like the Mariners waited too long to add to this potion, this elixir, because now the environment's different. Now Kirby is struggling. Now Logan's banged up. Now Miller was sitting down because he was hurt. Now Castillo isn't the guy that he was before. So I understand what they're doing. It makes complete sense. You went hard at the trade deadline. Beautiful. Happy for you. Naylor, Suarez, let's go. Added Randy last year. But at this point of the season, with the environment changing, the pitchers, it feels like, dang, I hope it wasn't too little too late.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. It's why my tease into this segment was the Mariners made a fair but costly mistake. I think I even hesitated to call it a mistake. If you were to ask me heading out of last season, okay, which of your 5 pitchers do you want to trade? You want to trade 2? You want to maybe trade 2 for a really good bat? I'd be like, are you crazy? The only thing this team does well is not only draft and develop pitchers, but also like currently pitch. That is like the one thing they do well, and they do it really, really, really well. Also, kind of nice to have your strength as a team, your identity as a team, be the thing that is also a home field advantage. You're in the most pitcher-friendly park in baseball and in a field that naturally suppresses offense. This makes sense. Like, if you were to tell me the Mariners are building around pitching, I'd say like, okay, yeah, I get it. You're right, though. The problem is you can't count on it being elite. You need to, as an organization, take more risks to get yourself wiggle room. Otherwise, it's just hubris. The mistake wasn't in not trading away starters. I'm glad they didn't. Even though the starters aren't what they were last year, I'm glad they didn't. The mistake was in assuming the starters would be as good as they were last year.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's exactly what they assumed. I am sure that if you were to ask the Mariners decision makers off air, private conversation, hey, did you expect all these guys to perform exactly like they did last year? I would bet they say no, because there are smart baseball people who understand that there's regression in baseball, and they understand when everyone's kind of functioning all together that that's like also a high.
Yeah.
But they didn't spend like it. They didn't act like it. In the winter, they did not move like a team that was counting on pitching regression. They moved like a team that was counting on Julio being an MVP and their pitching being great. That's how they moved. And Julio looks great right now. Cal ended up being kind of your MVP candidate. You were not expecting that. You don't get to take full credit for it. But your pitchers have regressed. And right now, I do like the team they have offensively. When I look around the American League, I don't know that there's like a full lineup 1 through 9 that I would replace for Seattle's. They are a good enough team to get to the playoffs in this year's American League. They're just not right now. And it's unfortunately, you're right, because of the thing that they used to count on.
The design is starting to fail. I was thinking about that after the formula analogy, and it took me back to middle school. I don't know if you guys did this in Washington, but in California, you had to design a bridge made of noodles and see how much weight is in like a engineering class or something
California
like that.
science
I don't know.
experiment.
You guys do it here too?
No, we were pretty advanced. We used popsicle sticks.
Popsicle sticks, okay. We use noodles, right? And you had to put a certain amount of weight on that thing, and it had to hold up for like 2 minutes or something like that. And there are a lot of those designs to where you put the weight on the noodle and you see the bridge slowly breaking. But you're like, just make it to the minute. Please just make it to the minute. And some bridges do, some bridges don't. And I think that's how I look at this team right now, is that the design makes sense. It's on point, right? You design it around your pitching. You bring in some bats with some power. You're aggressive on the bases. You have a great season by your catcher, one of the greatest seasons we've seen of all time by a catcher, but slowly the noodles are starting to pop right now. And you're asking this team, just make it to that minute. That minute would be just matching whatever the Astros do and playing well this next 21 games. It's slowly cracking right now, but there's a chance they make it towards a minute. I made a bridge that made it towards a minute after the minute just collapsed. Boom.
This doesn't,
but
this
you know
isn't
what?
sound design.
But we made it to the minute,
this
though.
Is so dangerous.
We made it to the minute.
Don't build real bridges.
That's all I'm asking is make it to the dang minute. You're slowly cracking. You're breaking right now. But there's a chance. I'm looking at the text lines. People are saying they're not bouncing back. This is over. The bridge ain't collapsed yet. It hasn't collapsed.
I will give
it's
you that.
breaking, but it hasn't collapsed.
It has not collapsed. Let's go to cut 3. This was Dan Wilson talking about why he thinks this team has what it takes to win.
I think we all know what they have, and they know it too, and it's gonna turn. And chance tomorrow to regroup a little bit and then go from there. We got a lot of games left. It's strong short, strong near, but this is a team that we all know it's going to turn and it's going to turn quick and we're just got to keep grinding away at it.
724 killing me here. You hit me with angel hair when Lil Bobby gets fettuccine. Now, it's a really funny analogy about building a pasta bridge, but I also think it kind of works for baseball. No salary cap. There are some teams you look at and you go, oh, God, rich get richer. Look at the Dodgers. They, lost several players, including, prominent players this year at some point to the IL, and they're still going to win the NL West. They're still going to get to the playoffs because they just overspent. You are working with different tools here. You are working with different salaries here, different pasta sticks. The Mariners are never going to build a fettuccine bridge. However, I'd like to see a couple more angel hair pieces added for stability. That's just me. This year, though, the group that you have is pretty good. It's pretty good. And I'm going to go back to Dan Wilson's point here. He said, I think we have what it takes to win. I do too. And honestly, I think if Mariners fans were honest with themselves, that's what's frustrating you right now. What's frustrating you right now about this team isn't, oh, God, this team is bad just like it was every other year. What's frustrating you right now about this team, and I will bet money on it, is that you'd watched most of this season and you thought, well, maybe this is different. This is a pretty solid team. Look what Cal's doing. Look what Julio's now doing. I'm actually feeling pretty good. Oh, the Astros are struggling. Oh, the Rangers are behind you in the standings. Oh, the Yankees are we're kind of struggling without Judge for a little bit. You were looking around at wow, the American League's kind of mediocre right now. What if this is actually happening? You let yourself believe, and right now you're angry, and I completely understand. But the reason you let yourself believe in the first place is because the truth is that on paper, this is a good team. They're not playing like it. That's what's frustrating.
Yeah.
You can't just get mad that they don't have the pieces. They do. So what now? I cycle back to Dan Wilson. And I circle back to the players and I go, it's on you guys.
Yeah, you saw opportunity and you saw the personnel that is capable of taking full advantage of that opportunity. Now that personnel is faltering. That personnel is tired. That personnel is not hitting spots on the mound. That personnel is getting lit up, and you're concerned because you feel like you wasted an opportunity. They're wasting it, but there's still time. I know. Get at me at the text line. Bob, it's over. No more time. There is still time. The athlete in me will not allow me to give up. Until they're mathematically out of this thing, there is still time.
Okay, well, why is pitching struggling? Feels like a good question for Ryan Rowland-Smith. He's going to join us at 11. Hype Train coming your way next.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football with the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible.
Number 71, Walter Jones. As strong as any defensive player he faced, he had the feet of a dancing bear, and he had hands that once they gripped you, he wasn't going to let go.
The next great chapter in Seahawks history begins Sunday in the season opener against the 49ers at Lumen Field. Kickoff at 1:05.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's refractive lens exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel is open and you can book now at snocasino.com. The destination spa, the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the big 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yeah, the new restaurants, food venues as well. Effortless style and the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com to book. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The fall, well, it's a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff, and Top Fitness has some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about working out in your home gym. It's the best. From flooring to everything that goes in that gym, like treadmills, ellipticals, and strength training systems, well, Top Fitness provides it all. Top Fitness represents the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, yes, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with so many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions right now, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll do a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing, and mention you heard it from me, and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone, from personal trainers to professional athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit them online at topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Mariners are playing bad baseball, and we got some questions about why that's happening. Ryan Rowland-Smith joining us in 15. Before we get to that, it's time to head to the station for Hype Train. Week 1 is officially underway in the NFL. Thursday night football getting us started. Cowboys, without Micah Parsons, taking on the Super Bowl winning Eagles for Thursday night. It's going to be on NBC and Peacock. This might be an empty train, but here we go. The Cowboys upset the Eagles.
Ain't no chance in hell.
Maybe you can find it within yourself.
Ain't no chance.
Maybe you can try to believe.
Ain't no chance. Cowboys, you better score 45 points and hold Saquon Barkley to 55 rushing yards on 25 attempts. and I do not see that happening. This is going to be one of the worst debuts, I feel like, for the Cowboys, especially with all the drama that has gone down with Jerry, him getting rid of Micah and bringing over Kenny Clark, I believe his name is, from the Green Bay Packers to stop the run. We'll be better against the run. Well, what about the pass, Jerry? You still got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith over there. This is going to get ugly, and I think it'll get ugly fairly quickly. If it's not ugly, you're still going to feel the dominance of the Eagles. Ain't no chance the Cowboys upset the Eagles. I'm letting this one roll by.
The Cowboys upset the Eagles in the first game of the regular season, Thursday Night Football tonight. Bump is not boarding because he doesn't believe the way Jerry Jones does in this defense now. Curtis, are you boarding?
Where's your belief?
Where is your faith?
Yeah.
America's team. They're not letting America down tonight for Thursday Night Football.
That's exactly right. Actually, no, they are. It's going to be the Eagles. It's Eagles are 8.5 point favorites, I think, in this one. I think they cover that. I just Dallas has been going through a world of hurt. It's not fair to Brian Schottenheimer that he has to deal with this train wreck, but it's not going to be a fun night for Dallas. So I don't think they pull off the upset. Not boarding this train.
Hey, Matt, maybe a mental note for both you and I that tomorrow we'll need to record a no one aboard train sound because I'm not boarding this one either. And then just a really sad train horn. There we go.
She's playing lonely.
As it
I'm
so lonely as it leaves the station. I can't bring myself to board this one. Like Curtis, I think they're going to cover that spread. It's going to be a blowout, I would anticipate. I think what I secretly want in this one, while I am agreeing with analysts that there's going to be inevitable, quote, regression for Saquon and that I don't think he's going to get close to matching an NFL rushing record again. He is a really, really good running back behind a really, really good offensive line, and I am eager to see, in particular, the run defense for Dallas. I think it's a really dumb thing to blame Micah Parsons for why you've struggled against the run, even though in the playoffs, you've struggled against the run. And Micah Parsons did not have a sack in the playoffs for Dallas. He was your best defensive player, period. That's on you. That's on how you draft. That's on the rest of your defensive line. So I kind of want not only the Eagles to win, but Saquon to rush for like 150. Next up. Speaking of rushing, the Seahawks are trying to hit the ground running, no pun intended, against the San Francisco 49ers. The Seahawks will have more than 100 total rushing yards on Sunday.
Well, last year the Niners were 18th against the run, allowing 124 yards per game. There's a lot of change on that defense over there. You could have up to 6, 7, 8 starters over there. If my son was here, he'd say 6, 7. Have you heard that little trend they do?
No.
6, 7. Yeah.
Oh God, Gen Z. I'm always playing. Playing catch up constantly.
Curtis, have you heard it?
I've heard it. I don't know what it means, and
I don't know what it means either.
I just started saying type. You need to ask your kids to fill me in and let me know how I can be cool to children. That's what I need to know.
Yeah, if my son was here, he'd say 6, 7. I'm like, shut up. But
what is it?
I don't know what it means, but I don't like it. But I think because of the commitment to the run, because of the scheme, because of the combo of Ken Walker and Zach Charbonnet, who's taken a great step forward, I think they do it. I think they have to be stubborn about this thing. It's going to open everything else up. Ken Walker's going to be healthy. Abe just got his money. He's going to play with another pep in his step. Let's go run gang.
Curtis, the Seahawks will have more than 100 total rushing yards on Sunday against San Francisco.
I'm in my own head now because Bump has got me worried that another Gen Z saying could get me to slip up and have teens making fun of us. I didn't need that, Bump. The Seahawks, yes, they will have more than 100 total rushing yards on Sunday. I think they get, let's say, 70 from Zach Charbonnet, 45 from Ken Walker. And hey, Sam Darnold, sneaky quick. I think he gets about 20 in this one. So I'm going to say, yes, they go over 100 total rushing yards.
I'm going to say yes as well. All aboard this train. However, I'm going to add a little caveat. I do think that they rush for over 100 as a team because they really want to incorporate that into their game and because it's central to Kubiak's offense. So, yeah, I think that they're going to successfully do it. I think they win by actually beating them with Sam Darnold's arm and some of their receivers. This is a San Francisco defense that has its best players in the front seven. So you want to be able to run the ball. I don't know that this is the absolute best opponent for you to like really, really lean into that. I hope it happens. It would be awesome. But I think this could be a game where we're surprised by some of the completions to JSN, to Cooper Kupp, where if it's successful for Seattle, maybe talking a little bit more than we thought about Sam Darnold against a secondary that's still getting its feet underneath. Next up. The Mariners will do it. They will finally win a road series this weekend. They're in Atlanta.
They've done nothing to make me believe that. You get swept by Tampa Bay. Your starting pitching has struggled. Your bullpen has struggled. Big ups Julio playing some good ball as of late. But because I'm all about vibes, you know, I got to board this train, man. They're going to get it done. Got a day off. You're going to relax, get your massages, go for a walk, get something to eat, play some golf, whatever you have to do. Play some video games. I don't care what it is. Read a book, smoke a cigar. I don't care. They're going to do what they have to do individually and get right collectively and win this series.
The Mariners finally win a road series this weekend. They got 3 against the Braves. Curtis, you boarding? Bump is?
They face Chris Sale today. I think they have Spencer Strider at some point in this series, too. I don't like those pitching matchups, but you know what? We're going to believe. I think they get it done. I think they win 2 of 3 in this series and head back home for, a 7-game homestand against the Cardinals and Angels. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think finally we see something good happen for this Mariners team this weekend. Atlanta's got nothing to play for this time of year, by the way. They're, 63-77? Probably the most disappointing team in baseball if we get down to it. So, yeah, I think the Mariners finally put on their serious pants and win a series here.
Now, Bump, Curtis, I want both of you to answer honestly. Have the Mariners been good on the road?
No. No, they have not, Stacy.
6 games under, 7 games under now?
Have the Mariners struggled against bad teams?
Of course.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, it doesn't bode well for them this weekend.
Will they take this series? Yes. Yes, I'm also boarding. Right, I'm also boarding this train. I have no choice but to, and I think it'll happen because I'm flashing back to following that series against the Yankees when you're like, I hate this team so much. And then they come out and just do fun things. And you're like, why? Why? Why couldn't you have done this sooner? What are you doing? But that's just the kind of team they are. The Mariners are playing bad baseball right now, but they're not a bad team. So what's happening? Brian Rowland-Smith joins us next.
Touchdown Seahawks! Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football with the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible.
Number 71, Walter Jones. As strong as any defensive player he faced, he had the feet of a dancing bear, and he had hands that once they gripped you, he wasn't going to let go.
The next great chapter in Seahawks history begins Sunday in the season opener against the 49ers at Lumen Field. Kickoff at 1:05.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagoner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and I had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagoner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
In the Pacific Northwest, choose Star Rentals for construction equipment. With 18 locations, they deliver superior service and unmatched follow-through. Visit starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Seattle, your waterfront park is here. Celebrate the opening of 20 acres of world-class public space on the downtown shoreline at the grand opening celebration September 6th. Enjoy free live performances, family activities, cultural experiences, and more across the entire park, from Overlook Walk to Pier 62. Join Friends of Waterfront Park in the city of Seattle for this once-in-a-generation event. Be part of history. Plan your visit at waterfrontparkseattle.org.
Paid for by Hims & Hers Health. Hims & Hers Weight Loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions at 4hers.com apply. Wegovy and Ozempic are not compounded.
Trying to lose weight? It's time to try Hers. At 4hers.com/radio, you can access affordable, doctor-trusted weight loss treatments tailored to you. These include oral medication kits and compounded GLP-1 injections, the same active ingredient that's in Ozempic and Wegovy. Through Hers, pricing for oral medication kits starts at just $69 a month for a 10-month plan when paid in full upfront. No hidden fees, no membership fees. You shouldn't have to go out of your way to feel like yourself. Hers brings expert care straight to you with 100% online access to personalized treatments that put your goals first. Reach your weight loss goals with help from Hers. Get started at 4hers.com/radio to access affordable, doctor-trusted weight loss plans. That's 4hers.com/radio. FORHERS.com/radio.
Help create a future with no more drunk driving victims. Join Molly Shen and the Davis Law Group for Move with MAD, September 13th at Red Square, Central Plaza on the UW campus. Move with MAD raises awareness and funds to help end drunk driving and prevent underage drinking. Every step taken and every dollar raised can help keep our families and communities safe. Sign up to walk or join the team at madwashington.com. Move with MAD, September 13th on the UW campus. Register today.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 2 tickets to see The Who at Climate Pledge Arena September 25th. Your last chance to see them live. Head to seattlesports.com/win to enter and see contest rules. That's seattlesports.com/win for your chance to win.
How we going, mates? It's Rowland-Smith for Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. If you haven't heard about it already, at the start of this year, I decided to get in the best shape of my life. So I lost 30 pounds of body fat and I kept all that lean muscle. Best decision I ever made. People ask me all the time, what was the motivation to get in such good shape? So a couple of things. Number one, who doesn't want to be in the best shape of their life, right? Obviously physically, but for me, more important mentally. And it starts with a diet, and I finally figured out you can't outwork it. Eastside gave me all the tools I needed to be able to prepare food, have tons of energy, and was never, ever hungry. But there are some other motivators too. I had to lose a bunch of visceral fat. I found out I had way too much of that, especially as I hit my 40s. But one more, look, this is the most important one. I wanted to set a really good example for my kids, to be the best version of myself. My kids look up to me, and I want to be the absolute best example and role model. So look, if any of these resonate with you, there's no better time to start. The time is right now. Make that free 15-minute call to Eastside Weight Loss Clinic and get it started today. It'll change your life like it did mine.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Some roster moves for the Mariners today. Lefty Jose Castillo is reported to the club. Taylor Saucedo's been optioned to AAA Tacoma. The Mariners have an off day today. They need it. Instead, it's officially week 1 in the NFL. The Cowboys open their season without Micah Parsons with a game against the Eagles kickoff at 5:20 p.m. on NBC and Peacock.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Ryan Rowland-Smith joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. As a reminder, Ryan's weekly visit is brought to you by Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Ryan, how's it going?
Okay. I'm watching the Mariners from afar right now. I'm in New Jersey, but it's tough to watch, and it's tough when obviously I'm at MLB Network and just talking about them at a national level. They're my Mariners. It's a tough one. It's tough to justify what's going on right now.
What's so funny is I like to pride myself on really smart baseball questions. So I just wrote, why are the Mariners bad right now? I figured I'd just toss that your way. See what you wanted to do with it.
Go for it. Yeah, go for it. It's, look, every team that's in this playoff contention has had this, rough streak at some point. The Mariners are just having it at the worst time and the most bizarre time when you think about it, right? So, situation where they have the trade deadline August 1st onwards, and you're thinking to yourself, okay, this is it. You can kind of lament the offense, the starting pitching once Bryce Miller gets back, and off she goes. But I think that this is just a bit of a compounding effect where everyone starts pressing. And George Kirby was a classic example of that last night. You feel the pressure. You feel a situation where, it's not like they're not hitting. And when I say that, they're still putting up enough runs. You're trying to bridge the gap to the bullpen. You're playing out of Tampa. You're on the East Coast. Things are starting to unravel. I think it's really just compounding, and they're pressing at this time of year because they're looking up and watching, the wild card go from the top wild card team to all of a sudden now they're looking behind them, and they've got a situation where you got the Royals, the Rangers sneaking up. So all these things that come into play, and they're all looking at each other going, okay, well, who's going to carry this? Who's going to steer this ship in the right direction? So it's tough, but overseeing it on this road trip, and whatever it is on the road, you can talk about park factor in regards to pitching if you want. You can talk about just the comfort level, the energy at home, whatever it may be. But it's been a stark difference performing how they have been on the road compared to at home, especially on all facets of this team. But it's a tough time to have this stretch. Still plenty of baseball left, plenty of other teams to fall flat on their face. I don't think the Rangers have enough depth. I don't think the Royals have enough depth. And so, some of the Rays look really, really good. They look like they're having a blast right now. So I still think they're going to be okay, but it's just a tough time to have this streak.
Hey, I was talking to Stacy about this team, and I'm looking at Kirby in the way that he performs, and I'm always trying to think of the mental behind it too, right? You get, the top of the first, and their pitcher goes 3 pitches, 3 outs, and then Kirby goes out there and he gets lit up. What's the mentality like for a guy who sees his first 3 batters go what they go through, and then you get lit up, and how do you get out of that?
Yeah, Bum, it's a great point, man, because I was thinking about this, and you mentioned the top of that first inning, 3 pitches out of the inning, and that's part of it, partially because, first of all, for whatever reason, approach-wise, Randy is usually pretty deep at bat. Cal's been swinging a little bit more aggressive lately, but we know Julio, what he does as well. But you're in the dugout. There's a lot of frustration going on, a lot of agony going on. You're having these team meetings. You're really feeling this kind of this, I'm not going to say a hostile environment at all, but it's more of that pressure cooker in that dugout. You're in Tampa, a team that's doing really well. So you straight out of the gates, you get out there on that bad foot in regards to, I have to carry this team. And that's never a good thing, man. It's never a good thing. And so from a mindset standpoint, it could be personally too, I'm not speaking for George Kirby, you'd be like, really? 3 pitches? I mean, I barely towed off after my bullpen session. I got to get out there. Then you're hearing some of the comments around you in the dugout. It's a tough place to be. It really is. So that can definitely set it off. I think with George Kirby, some of the problems, we saw this in that Little League game more recently and a couple times where, things get out of whack, and he'll be the first to tell you this, where it's not a feel for a split, or it's not a feel for that breaking ball, or gives up hard contact right out of the gates. He just has to find a way to say, all right, how do I get outside the strike zone for a second? Because I've got enough command here where I can get outside the strike zone and be right back out of the middle of the plate when I want to make good quality pitches. He's just not doing that. If you watched last night, it was just frustration in between every single pitch from him straight out of the gate. So it's a tough place to be where they're at right now. There's really no way to quantify that. It's just that feeling you have when, man, you're looking at this going, we're in an absolute spiral right now, and we have to figure out a way to get out of it. It's a pressure cooker, not to mention you're in the midst of a long road trip to start off September.
JP had a quote that went semi-viral with Ryan Divish, where I'm paraphrasing. He said, this is the hardest working group of men I've ever been around, but sometimes when we get knocked down, we stay down. Is that something you see?
Yeah, it's a frustration. It comes out of frustration when you make that quote. Remember, and JP's been struggling too, by the way. He's hitting low 100s on this road trip. He's trying to find a way. Him and Cole Young at the bottom of the lineup haven't been doing a whole lot in regards to at bats and also hits and everything else. So he's frustrated. Just put into perspective here. Comes in, tough game. They lose. They're watching the standings. All this we just talked about with Kirby giving it up and everything else. You're in the locker room, and then reporter Ryan Divish, who's obviously doing his job, he does an amazing job, comes up and says, "JP, what do you got?" And it's first thing you think of, and there's a little bit of honesty there, and he's not going to go back today and be like, "Well, I didn't mean what I said." No, that's true. It's a situation where you get knocked down, you have to find ways to claw your way out of it, and it's tough. Look, there's a lot of guys too who on this team, think about it, right, who are probably running on fumes, not just physically but also mentally as well. It's been a long season. You've had a situation where you're pitching, for example, like George Kirby's in this up and down where he spent some time on the IL to start the year, came back from that, he's in a routine, and then that little mid-season fatigue factor sets in at the moment. Same with some of the young players who've never experienced a good 6 months. But I'll throw Brian Wu in there as well. Brian Wu never had a 6-month, April to September run. So a little bit of that mental fatigue is setting in as well. But look, if there's ever a time, if you're looking at weeks heading into an October run, if you want to have it, and you want to have just a little bit of that, what are we made of? Get back up, like JP's talking. Do it now while it's September 4th. Get this out of your system and find a way. Because once you get to September 15th, you look around and say, "Hey, we're still alive here. We're still good. We're still holding a playoff spot." Then all of a sudden you can ride some of the adrenaline, some of the home series, for example, off to October. Like I said, this team's too talented to miss out in October. It's just been a really tough stretch.
Ryan, everyone plays the same amount of games as a team, right? You got 162 on your schedule, and then now it's up to the skip and everyone else who makes decisions to figure out how often you want guys to play. We're past the part of the season where you start resting guys. I think you would agree with that. Rest time to win. But how has the decision-making when it comes to resting guys or whatnot showed itself? Has it bitten them in the butt, do you think? Or do you feel like, look, this is just professional ball. You play your games and work through whatever you're going through?
Well, you're definitely past that place now where you can rest guys. The Mariners, it can be a good and bad thing. It can be a momentum carrier into October if they get there, or it can bite you when everyone's running on fumes. I think I talked to you guys about this last week. Maybe Paul Sewald's a classic example a couple of years ago when the Mariners went to the playoffs. That final stretch, it took him to one of those last days to clinch a spot. He was running on fumes, and it cost him. When he went, he said, "I had nothing in the tank" in those first couple series against the Blue Jays. So the situation now, and you can see Dan Wilson pressing the panic, not the panic button, but the leashes are much shorter now with this team in regards to how much leeway you give guys. So you by the way, you mentioned every team's played the same amount of games. This is why the Dodgers, they go spend $350 million plus to have the depth, so you can have that come out of the gates. This is how baseball's made now because of the new playoff positioning. You can come out of the gates, get ahead, just like the Tigers, Phillies, Mets, Cubs, Yankees. Then June, July, all those teams played 500. Why? Because they took their foot off the gas a little bit. Now all of a sudden you can structure and restructure what you're doing with around your injuries and everything else. Once you get into the month of September, the Mariners don't have that luxury. They don't. They're one of these teams that it's going to be a dogfight to get to October, and they're going to have to. It's going to be a sense of urgency, and there's going to be fatigue involved, and there's going to be guys who are going to be pressed a little bit to do things that they're uncomfortable with, and especially on the pitching side. Man, I'm telling you, if you're in the playoff run or not, September, end of August, early September is a tough time. Then all of a sudden you see the light at the end of the tunnel, and you just empty the tank. And that's what I'm hoping some of these guys do, especially in that bullpen as well. Empty the tank and just absolutely get after it, bridge the gap to Munoz and seal up some of these games. And, and this team, again, I say this 1,000 times, they are too talented to miss out in the month of October.
I absolutely agree with you. It's why I still think they're going to make it, and it's why it's so frustrating to watch them struggle like this. Getting back to the pitching, what's kind of your, AI summary of kind of what you're seeing? Is it like guys are missing spots? Is it, hey, it looks like they're dealing with some injuries? Like, what do you see when it comes to, frankly, your key starters? Castillo, Wu's been great, so we'll eliminate him. Gilbert, Kirby.
Yeah, I'm gonna first of all, Brian Wu, I think there's a little fatigue factor in there. Watching his last start, there just is, and there's a little. And again, when I say fatigue, it's not just physical, mental, right? It's part of that mental fatigue as well. Castillo, I'm not quite sure what to make of him because he says he's fine, but we're seeing 93s, 94s, middle of the plate. He doesn't have that same demeanor in between pitches. And then, I'll be honest with you, I was shocked with George Kirby last night. The reason I say that is because I was kind of anticipating him, especially coming off his last couple of outings, that he was going to be that stopper, right? He was going to be that guy who goes 6-7, put up 4 or 5, boom, we're okay, slap hands at the end of the game, let's move on to Atlanta. But everything was just middle of the plate. It was flat. So it was really hard to see what to make for him. I go back to this, though. It is that time of year. You get through August, right? The weather hits you a little bit. These 3 city road trips hit you a little bit. But on the flip side of that, the glass half full of this is like, all right, we go home, we go one more road trip, then we go home. You can start to map out the finish line. You can see the finish line in your sights. Especially, I can only speak from a pitcher's point of view because I've never had to have 500 plate appearances in the big leagues. But from a pitching standpoint, man, I felt that every year. Get through August, and I'm like, God, man, like I'm pushing that 70th, 80th pitch, and I'm like, man, I've got nothing in the tank. How am I going to get through this last month? Then all of a sudden, you get through that first week, and you look and you see the schedule. Like, okay, I can get here. I'm going to be okay. So it's a little bit of that right now, and that's a part of that mental fatigue as well.
I've asked almost every baseball analyst we've had on the show this week the same question, so I'm just go ahead and make it number 3. What does Dan do? Because people are asking, I've had conversations with texters, and they're like, well, Dan's not motivating the players, and he needs to do this. And they're so far deep in the season. I'm like, how many speeches does Dan have left? Is it individual conversations? Like, how does he get this team going?
Yeah, your listeners are not going to like this, but if you all of a sudden start flipping the script and you start, and I've seen this before, man, in that clubhouse where someone, like, for example, a bench coach turns into a manager and all of a sudden their whole tone or relationship with you as a player changes. It's cringy. It's like, this is so forced, it's ridiculous. Now, right. Yeah, look, Dan Wilson has it in him, by the way. He has it in him. If everyone's sitting in the clubhouse in their locker room chairs and they're all facing out and they're not looking at screens and they're all looking up and making eye contact, I'm sure he has it in him where he can make some eye contact with some people in that clubhouse. But you can't all of a sudden, when you get off the rails a little bit, try and flip the script and start carrying on, because it's just going to look forced and you're going to lose respect from your players. He's been there. He's been through it too. And if you start, trying to be something that you're not, you're going to lose that rapport and that respect from your players. That's not saying he just sits back and just let them do whatever they do, but he has a way to communicate with these players. And whatever that's been for the last 5 months, I wouldn't switch that. Because like I said, man, I've seen that, and Bump, I'm sure you've seen that from Coach as well. And it's just sometimes it gets so forced and so cringy. It's just like you just lose respect for that person. So I don't see him doing that. I don't advise him to do it either.
He is Ryan Rowland-Smith. Weekly visit brought to you by Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, guys.
All right, let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What's something that's been said about the Seahawks' first home game that you know from your sources is false?
So I've been doing some research. I didn't like this stat when we talked about it yesterday, so it made me frustrated. So I talked to the people that I know, and this is what I've come up with. So Vivid Seats is saying they've sold 53% of the tickets to Niner fans. If we're going off the capacity of Lumen, 68,740. So they're saying they sold 36,432 tickets to Niner fans. Heck no, they ain't do that. There's no way. I've been affiliated with this organization for 8-9 seasons now. I've never seen that. So what reality is their numbers are skewed a little bit. They only have access to a few thousand seats. All right, so let's say about 3 or 4% of the 68,000 that's in there. So if 53% of those tickets are sold, the math is a bit different, okay? So think 53% of about 3,000 to 4,000 that they have access to. That's what they're getting at, and they just kind of painted a picture and a narrative to get Niner fans excited, so maybe they can end up buying the rest of those tickets. And also, we got to think about where these tickets are. In the worst spot they could be, right behind the 49ers bench. So then when the camera zooms in, you see all this red. Let's not get it twisted. The Niners fans, they travel. Every single year they travel. They'll be behind the bench. They'll be sprinkled all across the stadium. I do my third quarter walk. They're going to be loud. They're going to be proud. But there's no way that 36,432 seats have been sold to 49ers fan. You do the math, a few thousand, 53% of that through Vivid Seats. Now, there are other entities that give away tickets and sell tickets that might heighten that number a bit when it comes to 49ers fans. But no, had to debunk that real quick. That is false. But there will be a bunch of Niner fans at that game.
Second down. What bold statement was made by one of the best quarterbacks in the game, and do you believe it?
Joe Burrow said they've done enough to win. They've done enough
Joe
to
Burrow
win.
said that?
Joe Burrow said that. They've done enough to win.
On offense? Sure.
Complete. As a team, he thinks there's enough. They got rookies linebackers, Demetrius Knight and Barrett Carter. You got a new defensive coordinator in Al Gordon. You got Shamar Stewart, Trey Henderson. They did some things, but Joe, it's still going to come down to you. It's still going to come down to the offense being exactly who they were last year. Defensively, they were 25th when it comes to yards allowed, and they allowed 25 points per game. Offensively, they scored about 25 points per game, had the best passing game in the league and the third worst rushing game in the league. Simply because when you're behind, you have to throw the football. You can't hand the football off that much to Chase Brown, a good running back over there. I hope you think you've done enough, because you are a great talent. You're going to have to carry that football team. I don't think that they have. But this is preseason talk. This is before week 1 talk. And he has to get his team motivated and going. He's relying on a lot of young guys, developing. Trey Henderson having another great year. I just don't know. He has to play like an MVP for these guys to make the playoffs.
Someone going back to your first down said, well, it's 53% of aftermarket sales. But I just want to clarify. Bump is responding to Vivid Seats saying 53% of the crowd would be 49ers fans. So the
precisely
Vivid Seats didn't say, 53% of this portion of resale tickets that we're selling. The report is their fan forecast tool has 53% of the crowd on Sunday, and Bump is saying absolutely,
no way.
Positively.
36,000?
No. Third down. Who can be an unsung hero on Sunday?
I think it could be Eric Saubert. You're not going to see a lot of passes thrown his way. In 2024, he played 377 snaps with the Niners, 14 receptions. In 2023, he played 117 snaps with Houston, 3 receptions. In 2022, he played 395 snaps with Denver, 15 receptions. He's not out there to catch the football. He might catch the football. He might make some plays, but he could be the unsung hero in this run game. Watching what he's done during preseason, during practice, he is the dirty work type of guy. He's going to get hands on defensive linemen, on edge rushers, on safeties, whoever, and he is going to move them. So he might not wow you with big plays every single week. He might have 2 or 3 throughout the season, but he could be the unsung hero doing all the dirty work, being an extension of that offensive line and making sure this run game gets going early.
Fourth down. Legend Matt Hasselbeck made a comment about how owners pursue quarterbacks. What was it, and do you agree?
So Matt said pretty much that owners kind of force it with quarterbacks and that they don't have a plan for them. And I agree with Matt, but I also feel like there's a part that's missing in this whole thing. It's that when you don't have a quarterback, you don't have a quarterback, and you're only as good as your options that are out there. So like the Seahawks, for example, They felt like they had a young team that was ready to make some plays. So what do? You shop the market, you go get the best available quarterback, but you make sure that your contract allows you some flexibility. That's what they did. What's the plan for Sam Darnold? I would assume it is to see how year 1 goes, and if it's worth it, year 2, and then get to year 3. Meanwhile, you drafted a quarterback. But it's so hard to find that franchise quarterback that you have to force it. 2 Gloves Kenny Pickett was a first-round pick. And my man will never be a starter in this league again unless somebody has been hurt. Anthony Richardson completed 53% of his passes in college, and they took a shot on him because he was what was best available. His athletic ability kind of entices you. There are only 5 or 6 for sure things in this league. So, yes, I think Matt Hasselbeck is right. Owners, organizations, they do force it, but it's because they have to, because you never know when it's going to hit. Pat Mahomes wasn't a top 5 pick in this league. He's the best quarterback in the game. Tom Brady was a late round pick, best quarterback in the game. Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. That's just how volatile this thing is. You never really know. So do teams force it? Yes. Do they have to force it? Yes, you do. And you just pray that you develop and find your guy.
I do think teams have to force it, and sometimes it does work out. I think where they can get into dangerous territory is when you hear about, to your point, how like owners kind of butt in and choose. Like Mitch Trubisky is probably the most infamous one, where it was like all reported that like ownership for Chicago was like, we want this guy, right? Or like when owners fall in love for not always football reasons, because usually they know a lot about football, but they're not GMs and they're not they're not personnel guys, right? They just go, I really like this guy. I think he can be a leader. He's great. He's a Heisman winner. I want this one. And you're like, that's where you run into trouble, and where your owner is suddenly pushing for someone they've fallen in love with and you don't really like that person. Just run into trouble there.
I mean, but you gotta try.
You gotta try. I guess. I mean, maybe you should try for Patrick Mahomes instead of Trubisky. I don't know.
How many teams are really bad that get like the first, second, third pick and don't go after a quarterback? You're probably there because you don't have a quarterback and a bunch of other pieces too. But the centerpiece is a quarterback.
But it's just tough when you go after the wrong one,
yeah.
Which maybe you only know in hindsight. It's not like Mahomes was the first pick. He would be if we went back in time, and Lamar, for that matter, 32. So people always pass on the right guys sometimes. Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
The NFL season is here. Eagles-Cowboys get underway from Philadelphia tonight at 5:20 p.m. on NBC and Peacock. Coming up next, another NFC team was pushing hard for Micah Parsons before Green Bay landed him, and thank goodness they didn't. We'll tell you who it was next.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer. And this week's guest, starting left guard Gray Raible.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
When the weather changes, your home shouldn't be the one left unprepared. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. We offer the strongest solutions in roofing, siding, decking, windows, and gutters, made for the Pacific Northwest. And right now, get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months or up to $3,000 off your next project. No gimmicks, no stress, just reliability you can count on. Visit stateroofing.com or call 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule your free estimate today.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need. We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel is open and you can book now at snocasino.com. The destination spa, the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the big 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yeah, the new restaurants, food venues as well. Effortless style and the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com to book. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder. An equal housing opportunity builder.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed all in. Plus get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards, USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
Before I jump to the timeline, get your your questions in for what I need to know. It's coming your way next because we obviously are bringing back the huddle every Thursday at noon. First episode coming your way in 30 minutes. So get your questions in 866-979-3776. First, were any other teams trying to trade for Micah Parsons before Dallas took Green Bay's offer? Adam Schefter in Cut 10 says the Eagles were pushing hard for him.
When the Dallas Cowboys were looking to trade Micah Parsons, one of the teams that showed the most interest in trading for Micah Parsons was the Philadelphia Eagles. They were fairly aggressive in trying to trade for Parsons, but the Dallas Cowboys obviously were not interested in trading Micah Parsons back to Pennsylvania, back in the division. They wanted him out of the division. I think there's been a lot of talk about why they sent him to Green Bay, why they sent him in conference. Well, at least they didn't send him in division. And the other thing that stands out that's interesting to me about this is people say all the time that, hey, you can't afford to make this move. There's not a lot of teams that have less cash, less cap space than the Philadelphia Eagles, and yet they were trying to figure out a way and would have figured out a way to get Micah Parsons under their cap if Dallas was willing to trade him to the Eagles, which they weren't.
Yeah, and thankfully they weren't going to trade him to a divisional foe. Certainly kept him in conference, though. Also, a really interesting note at the end by Adam, and I think it's really important to stress that, like, when teams desperately want a player, they will make room. They will find picks. Well, not find picks, but they'll give up picks. They will maneuver as much cap space as they possibly can. And also pointing to just the Eagles being very, very, very much in a Super Bowl window right now and being willing to make any move to stay there.
That's what I try to tell a bunch of our listeners when guys are trying to get signed, and I'm saying sign them. But they don't have money. They don't have this. Listen, there's a will, there's a way. They will figure it out. You move money, you guarantee here, you sign a signing bonus there. There are ways to make things happen, and the Eagles are gangsters for that. They are gangsters. They're saying, look, I know we wasn't invited to the party, but we're here. And you know what? I brought a 12-rack of beer. Let's talk about this. And the smartest thing the Cowboys did was not make that move to Philly, because then I'm thinking back-to-back championships for sure, for sure. But, no, they took their best offer. Now, apparently it was Green Bay. From what I heard from Shefty earlier this morning was that the offer was even better from the Philadelphia Eagles. But that would have been a debacle. Could you imagine if Jerry Jones traded Micah Parsons to the Philadelphia Eagles? I mean, he would have to sell the team. He would have to just go into hiding because Dallas would be going crazy.
I mean, again, like, there's no way he's going to, but it's like already people thought this was the dumbest thing that they could have done. They could have traded him to the Bills, and people would still be like, what are you doing, you idiot? So I don't know. It's just going to be, you know, interestingly, these two teams, Dallas and Green Bay, not Dallas and the Eagles who are playing week 1, but Dallas and Green Bay facing off for, I think, a Monday night game. It's a primetime game in November. I can't remember if it's Monday or Thursday. But so we'll be able to see a little bit of a reunion tour here. Next up. Why did I expect? Sorry. Sorry, Matt. Everyone's got a Patrick Mahomes impression, and in Cut 13, Travis Kelce gave us another solid one earlier today from Brazil.
We've had a plan for this all summer long, and now we're just ready to play football again.
And Travis, what was last night like at the airport?
Oh, man, it was crazy. It was a lot of fun seeing all the fans there. And
he had that one coming for telling everybody I didn't know where Brazil was on the map.
That's a crazy impression, because when he goes from doing his Patrick impression to having his regular voice, it does sound like two different people.
When you spend enough time with somebody, you can impersonate him for sure. I think he might have you, Stacy. He might have you with the impression.
Well, I can't get the guttural, like, I can only do the froggy, like, I'm here. Kels. That's my best Mahomes impersonation, but I can't get, like, the guttural kind of like, well, my voice doesn't go deep enough.
That's how you know they're buddies. Buddies make fun of each other.
Oh, yeah. No, Curtis and Brady especially really love to pretend to be me, and I don't think they sound like me.
I don't think they sound like me.
That's exactly what it is.
There's this meme that I saw of this guy sitting there with his boys, and they are just ripping him. He walks away. Hell of a guy, man. I love that dude. You know, that's just how men communicate. If I'm not talking about you or poking at you, that means I don't love you.
ESPN's Ryan Clark got out his hot take flamethrower, and I mean, this is a special one. This was a special one. That was this morning when he was asked about examples of generational quarterbacks. Cut 14.
I think John Elway was a generational talent. I think Patrick Mahomes is a generational talent. I don't think Tom Brady, I don't think Drew Brees, I don't think Peyton Manning are generational talents. I think Andrew Luck ended up being a generational talent. I don't think there's a ton of them out there.
But so then what? Then how does one, in your eyes, be a generational talent? Because there's not a lot of difference.
Production. Let me chime in here, because I love the argument back and forth between y'all. I ain't trying to get in the way of it. Here's the reality. The operative word here is. Do you believe Arch Manning is a generational talent? He could be, but he's not. Why not yet? What have you seen to say that he is?
Now, important to note that it's Stephen A. answering Dan Orlovsky's question about what makes a generational talent, because if Ryan Clark were to come back and say production, I'd be like, then how are Brady, Brees, and Manning not generational talents?
Tom Brady, 89,000 passing yards. Drew Brees, 80,000 passing yards. Peyton Manning, 71,000 passing yards. I think Ryan Clark's argument is more based on physical talent.
Yeah.
Like physical. Like, can he, when I judge athletes, run, jump, body control, the physical traits of an athlete. A generational talent could be mental. A generational talent at the quarterback spot could be diagnosing a defense, being on time, leadership. I think when I think of generational talents, especially at the quarterback spot, it's deeper than just the physical capabilities. If we're talking physical capabilities, then there's a lot of guys who are in that mix when it comes to quarterbacks. How many athletic quarterbacks have we seen come through this league and it just fizzled out? Just as many as average physical capabilities when it comes to the quarterback spot who fizzle out. You got to be able to produce. That's generational to me at the quarterback position. We can look at like a running back and find a generational talent because of the requirements of the position are a bit different. I'm making guys miss. I'm getting north-south. I might not have the numbers that this other guy has, but because of the position and my shelf life's not going to be as long, I can still show that I'm a physical talent. At the quarterback spot, we're talking something completely different.
Yep.
Tom Brady, one of the least athletic quarterbacks of all time, is considered the GOAT. That's generational to me.
I think to me, generational implies two things. One, that it is talent that comes along literally once in a generation. Maybe not literally, but it is a rare talent, okay? Rare ability. And two, that it is talent that would succeed despite the generation it's in, despite the era it's in. So the first one, for sure. I think that Peyton Manning is a rare talent. I think Brady is a rare talent. I think Brees is a rare talent. I don't think that their chief talent, like you said, is entirely like as a physical body, the ability to, you know, be Lamar, be Michael Vick, whatever. But they had rare abilities to dissect and understand defenses, to understand offenses, to anticipate, to have good timing, to throw the ball. To honestly, to have longevity with their careers is also a rare thing for quarterbacks. Brady played for 20 plus years. The second part is interesting to me. I think that Brady, Brees, and Manning were the best quarterbacks, in particular for the era in which they played. This is a little less with Brady, who kind of played across lots of versions of the NFL, but like, I think no one would have hesitated in the early 2000s, 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, to say, obviously, these guys are generational talents. But I do think they'd succeed. I think if a Tom Brady, fresh out of Michigan, getting a chance with New England, I think if, Drew, getting traded to the Saints would still be a great quarterback. I think that if Manning were coming out of Tennessee right now, he'd still be a great quarterback. They wouldn't be able to succeed in quite the same way, right? We're looking at mobile quarterbacks as being kind of like a standard now, but I don't think that.
I disagree.
You disagree? I don't think that they would have failed today.
I think Tom has to be. And maybe this supports Ryan Clark's deal. Tom had to go to the right situation, like most quarterbacks. You got to go to the right situation. It's almost you got to get lucky at the same time. I can't say Tom Brady coming to any team in the NFL is going to have the success.
Pretend that he does go in the same pretend that it is Bill Belichick's New England Patriots, but that it is a modern NFL.
Yeah, if he's with Bill Belichick, I believe that because I've seen it. I think, but
that's with any quarterback. Does Patrick Mahomes succeed with every other
tough.
Team besides with Andy Reid and the Chiefs?
I think he does because of his physical capabilities.
But why?
I think a lesser talented quarterback needs more support than the more talented quarterback, but it's still luck of the draw, roll of the dice.
Okay.
I think that Pat Mahomes' chances are a lot better than Tom Brady's chances, regardless of what team he's on.
What about Peyton Manning's?
Same thing.
You think that Peyton Manning, his best scenario was the one he was in?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not 98. I was 13. I wasn't breaking down the game like that.
I can
relate more to Pat and Tom just because I've watched more of their career.
I just have a hard time thinking, because I do think that's an important part of being a generational talent, but I just have a hard time thinking like, oh, they only succeeded because of the era they were in.
Nah, They could play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be my pushback to Ryan Clark. Watch live high school football this Friday for the Seattle Sports Game of the Week presented by STSPN. The first matchup pits the number 1 ranked Sumner Spartans against the number 10 ranked Lake Stevens Vikings live from Lake Stevens High School. Watch the game live this Friday at 7 p.m. exclusively on the Seattle Sports app, seattlesports.com, or the Seattle Sports YouTube page. For full 2025 matchups, visit seattlesports.com/high school. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776.
Touchdown Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football with the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible.
Number 71, Walter Jones. As strong as any defensive player he faced, he had the feet of a dancing bear, and he had hands that once they gripped you, he wasn't going to let go.
The next great chapter in Seahawks history begins Sunday in the season opener against the 49ers at Lumen Field. Kickoff at 1:05.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7. 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
The fall, well, it's a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff, and Top Fitness has some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about working out in your home gym. It's the best. From flooring to everything that goes in that gym, like treadmills, ellipticals, and strength training systems, well, Top Fitness provides it all. Top Fitness represents the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, yes, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with so many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions right now, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll do a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing. Mention you heard it from me and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone, from personal trainers to professional athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit them online at topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Homeowners, federal tax credits on heat pumps end soon. Home Comfort Alliance can help you save up to 75% on new in-stock heat pumps with combined discounts, utility rebates, and expiring federal tax credits on systems installed by December 31st. These are new in-stock high-efficiency models that will make your home comfortable year-round. Federal tax credits expire December 31st, so don't wait. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, it's Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FREE to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FREE to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FREE to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FREE to 64,000.
Paid for by Hims & Hers Health. Hims & Hers weight loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions at forhers.com apply. Wegovy and Ozempic are not compounded.
Trying to lose weight? It's time to try Hers. At forhers.com/radio, you can access affordable, doctor-trusted weight loss treatments tailored to you. These include oral medication kits and compounded GLP-1 injections, the same active ingredient that's in Ozempic and Wegovy. Through Hers, pricing for oral medication kits starts at just $69 a month for a 10-month plan when paid in full upfront. No hidden fees, no membership fees. You shouldn't have to go out of your way to feel like yourself. Hers brings expert care straight to you with 100% online access to personalized treatments that put your goals first. Reach your weight loss goals with help from Hers. Get started at forhers.com/radio to access affordable, doctor-trusted weight loss plans. That's forhers.com/radio. forhers.com/radio.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. We got a couple questions pertaining to the debate that we just had about generational talent. This one, why do talents have to be physical? Reading defenses can be a talent. Ability to process what you see is a talent.
You said that.
I think that physical tools have to be part of it, inevitably, though, in sports.
Talent is, it's such a broad statement, talent, especially in sports, right? I think pitchers are one of the more talented baseball players, yet they typically can't hit a ball unless you're Ohtani, right? There's just things that are required depending on your sport and your position. And at the quarterback spot is the most mentally challenging position in sports, in my opinion. So being able to diagnose defenses, make the right decision, combined with your physical talent, talent is this mental game too.
What I need to know. Now, how many years is a generation in the NFL, says the 360? In daily life, maybe 20 or 30 years, but in the NFL, it's got to be shorter,
it's
right?
Like 8 to 10.
Yeah, I think in era, because you look at even now, we're kind of shifting to something else. Tell me if I'm wrong. In 2017-18, we were all talking about the Rams leaning heavy into 11 personnel, and it was like more wide receivers, the better. We were seeing conversations about how running backs really don't matter. You saw overall carries for teams dip down. If you compare like the top 3 ball carriers or just carries overall in 2017, 18, 19 compared to the last 2 years, it's jumped back up.
Yep. It's that's the NFL. NFL probably changes the most out of any of our 4 major sports because it's matchups and personnel. Basketball's changed a lot, though. But basketball, it took like 20 years for it to get to where it is now. But, yeah, man, I think NFL, 8 to 10 years maybe.
Someone said, now DK Metcalf, he's a highly skilled, possibly generational physique, but is he a generational football talent?
No. You can't find DK physically.
So is he a generational talent?
Not as a football player, no. Because, I mean, physical freak, yeah. But as a talent, like, for a receiver right now, generational talent is Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. Like, the numbers they put up are ridiculous.
Which is more likely? You have 4 choices, okay? It's for week 1, obviously. Darnold with 2 passing touchdowns. Walker with 2 rushing touchdowns. Well, I'll say 2 touchdowns. Purdy throws a pick. McCaffrey with a turnover.
What's more likely?
More likely. The most likely.
Darnold 2 passing touchdowns.
Against the secondary. Yeah, I think so too. I think this could be a good week for Sam Darnold. What I need to know. I just got a new car. Love all the bells and whistles that come with it, but it does make me miss some of the old features cars used to have. What's something you wish new cars still had?
Oh, man.
Rolling windows? No,
Heck
absolutely
no.
not.
Man, I remember back in the day, me and my mom used to ride an Escort, and the handle broke on the windows. So we used to have to use pliers to roll that thing down.
Something I wish that new cars still had.
Nothing. They're so much better now. There's so much better.
There's got to be something there.
Like actual buttons and knobs instead of touch screens.
I like having a touchscreen. It makes me feel like I'm driving in the future. Like I'm in a car that's in the sky.
You know what? I wish that, because I see these memes of the old school cars, the front seat's going all the way back. You take the headrest off, and it turns into like a little bed on the back seat where you can lay down and take a nap or whatnot. Maybe one of those, because now the electric ones don't go all the way back. You only get so far.
I can't think of a thing. If you were like a big car person where you like really loved old cars, you probably have some thoughts about like engine stuff. I couldn't tell you anything. So I'm like, in terms of what's inside the car,
no clue.
I don't know, man. I don't have any cassettes. I don't have any CDs to play. Yeah, like this person said, exhaust noise. I find it kind of obnoxious. Not going to be super for real. 866-979-3776. Another more likely. Darnold, 250 passing. Walker, 100 rushing.
250, because I feel like the carries are going to be split between him and Charbonnet. I think collectively they can go for like $150.
What's the split?
It's going to be 60-40. Can. But I think Charbonnet is going to be the more effective runner on Sunday.
I will talk about this tomorrow. I do think that this coaching staff really, really likes Charbonnet. And Ken Walker's in danger, not of like losing his job, but like of having more and more of those splits carried. But let's say Walker starts the game. Let's say in the first quarter, Walker has a 30-yard rushing touchdown, and he's got like 50 yards. This is a crazy first quarter. Are you putting Charbonnet out there? Like, stick with the hot hand, right?
Yeah, you got to go hot hand.
Yeah.
It's a vibe.
So I don't know, man. I think if Walker starts racking up enough early, and they certainly are going to hit the ground running. I would anticipate. You think first game is or first play is a run? If you had to call it now.
Yeah, me and Big Ray do this every game.
I know you do.
Yeah, I'm going run. Yeah, I'm going run.
I think you gotta go. 866-979-3776. Someone said cigarette lighters in the dash. Jeez. Ashtrays? Who needs an ashtray?
Hey, people be smoking still.
I guess in the car. Okay. Let's see what I need to know. Bump 40 time versus Stacy swim 40. I'm gonna go.
That's not even fair. It's so much slower to swim.
That's not fair. I'm gonna go bumps 40 time beats me swimming.
That's not fair.
Easily.
I can walk it.
My 40 time versus Curtis and Matt, but they're in a three-legged race.
So Matt and I are tied together, and you're just running on your own?
Matt and you are tied together versus
You better
me.
win, Matt.
I think you got us beat.
Yeah.
I think I've got you guys beat. Matt and Curtis, they have weights attached to their own ankles, so they aren't connected to each other, but they have 5 pounds per ankle. Or
So we're
me,
way down.
no weights attached, 40 time.
I think they're going to get you.
Wow.
That's not a lot of weight. Curtis has 2 kids. He can carry those girls and run.
Yeah.
Wow. Curtis carrying both children.
Yeah, he got you.
That's crazy. Willa on her own or me 40 times.
You'll get her.
Okay. That's where we decide.
Her hardest thing is running in a straight line.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
She might not finish the
If we're going circles, she might have a beat. The Seahawks open their season at home with an important divisional matchup against the San Francisco 49ers. Dave Wyman's joining us next for a 2-hour preview. The Huddle is back every Thursday at noon, and it's coming your way next.
Touchdown Seahawks.
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football with the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible.
Number 71, Walter Jones. As strong as any defensive player he faced, he had the feet of a dancing bear, and he had hands that once they gripped you, he wasn't going to let go.
The next great chapter in Seahawks history begins Sunday in the season opener against the 49ers at Lumen Field. Kickoff at 1:05.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Goodbye baseball. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
The Mariners postseason push is on, and there's a whole new way to be part of the action. Introducing the Homestretch Flex Plan, a $500 membership that gives you the freedom to choose your games and seats for the rest of the season, all while saving 5% on tickets and no fees.
Strike 3 call. Triple digits to end it and complete the sweep.
You can use your credit however you want. Go big with club seats for a couple high-stakes showdowns, or stretch it out into the final series against the Dodgers. And the best part? Homestretch Flex members get priority access to our postseason pre-sale. That means you're first in line when October comes calling. The team is locked in.
J.P. Crawford! Game winner, walk-off fashion in the 9th inning.
And now it's time to bring the energy down the stretch. Come on board today at mariners.com/homestretch. Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Crawl space and attics are not places you want to spend much time, but many homes in our area can have serious issues behind the hatches. Hi, it's the owner of Crawl Pros, Richard Herron. For years, you've heard us talking about how we go where you don't want to. With our free corner-to-corner inspection to keep your crawl space and attic well insulated and free of mold and water. You've also heard about the pest control division of our company to keep your home bug and critter free. I'm excited to tell you about our newest division, Plumber Pros. Plumber Pros takes the same customer-first approach to plumbing that we do with our crawl space, attic, and pest control work. We've hand-picked skilled plumbers that I know you'll feel comfortable inviting into your home. So next time you run into plumbing issues, from leaky faucets and clogged drains to full home repipes and sub pump installations, call Crawl Pros and we'll get our plumbing division, Plumber Pros, out to get it resolved. For anything related to your crawl space, attic, pest control, or plumbing, call Crawl Pros or visit us at crawlpros.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is The Huddle.
The handoff inside to Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman. Time to go inside The Huddle.
This is The Huddle featuring Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Stacy Rost. We have a 2-hour preview, so get ready. Lots of fun guests joining us, including Eric Saubert and Ernest Jones. Before we get to those players, though, guys, the Seahawks are looking for a home win, a very important divisional game to start the season, this one against the San Francisco 49ers. The Seahawks have gone 2-1 in week 1 over the past 3 seasons. That's a winning record, okay, to open the season. Yes, 2-1. 2-1 in week 1 over the past 3 years. But they also have a 4-year home losing streak against San Francisco. One of those things has to give. Dave, why is it so hugely important that the Seahawks get this win over San Francisco in week 1?
Yeah, I mean, that was, if you go back to the 23 season especially, man, that was, they just, or I'm sorry, that was 24. They just took it to us up here. And, you know, I was listening to you talk about the Niner fans flooding the place. That's disturbing. We got to win the fans back. But yeah, I mean, I think they're looking for their 4th straight up here, I think. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see the two brothers battle it out as far as the offensive coordinator goes. But yeah, I mean, this is a team, and I think for the Seahawks, were they 3-6 at home last year?
Yeah.
So I mean, again, and I think Dave Pearson said, we got to win him back, man.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, hopefully that's I don't really know what to think about the Niners. I had to look at it twice. They went 6-11 last year. It was kind of hard to believe.
Yeah, so I was reading FTN Fantasy has like their season preview for it. Aaron Schatz puts it together, and he was like, by DVOA, so just the metric that they're using, they were the best 11 loss team since they'd started recording it. And they had also lost the most games due to injuries to specifically offensive players. But he was like, this was a very good team that lost games because they couldn't stay healthy is essentially what he was saying.
Yeah. Well, and then, you know, very uncharacteristically, they went -10 in turnover ratio last year. But, yeah, and then, you know, a lot of changes. I was looking at, you know, on their defense, they've got basically 3 guys back from that Super Bowl against Kansas City that they lost in overtime. You know, you got Bosa, you got Warner, and then Lenore. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, don't know, you know, quite what to think about them defensively. I know that they got Robert Saleh, a.k.a. Xerxes from the 300. He looks just like him.
He does.
Sorry.
He does.
But, yeah, I mean, we don't really know what to expect there because, you know, you got a lot of new faces.
Practice just wrapped, so we may be joined in segment by Ernest Jones. Bump, the defense is obviously going to have to be the calling card for Seattle this year. And while we have a ton of questions about the offense, I don't know how many I have about the defense. What kind of year are you expecting?
A good year. Last year they were 14th overall, but we know that the last, 5-6 weeks of the season, they were performing like a top 5 defense. That's where I have the least questions, honestly. I'm excited to see how Nick Wagoner gets acclimated to this whole thing because I think he brings another dynamic to this defense. I look at just the good tight ends in the NFL, and I think Nick's going to be able to match up with him. He's going to have his bumps, his bruises. He's going to see George Kittle this week. He'll make some plays. But he brings another dynamic to this defense. You want to go big nickel, 3 safeties, you can do that. You want to go your base, your regular nickel package, your slide spoon in. He provides a versatility to this defense that I think is needed when you look at the different types of offenses they will see this year.
Speaking of the types of offenses they're going to see the return of Christian McCaffrey. Last year didn't join the 49ers until November 10th for this team. He's going to be there week 1. Dave, how are you feeling about the Seahawks? I want to say front 7, but let's start with the linebackers. They're going to have a big day against McCaffrey.
Yeah, and that's kind of what was the key last year when they made that decision. And this is when I really started to buy in with Mike Macdonald, was that he's not going to sit around and wait. I mean, they had the wrong combination of inside linebackers. You mentioned Ernest Jones and then Tyrese Knight, and then it took him a couple of games to get going. But then, like Bump said, the last 8, the way I had the numbers, it looked like they were number 1 and number 2 in points allowed and yardage allowed. So, I mean, and they started off really fast. And I don't know if that was the opponents, but the first 3, I think they were giving up 250 yards and 14 points. And then it just blew up. Absolutely blew up. So now with the right inside backers there, I just feel like that the D-line, I love the D-line. I love that you have, once Hankins, if he gets, right, 4 guys with double-digit experience. Mm-hmm. And, that's kind of where, when those guys start making plays, that's when your defense is playing really well. So I'm expecting a fast start. And, none of what we saw last year, and kind of like you said, bump 4 through 9 or 10, I think that's when they really struggled defensively. I think they have this thing down, and, mention the rookies and see how much they can contribute. But, yeah, I mean, I defensively, I expect them to come out of the gates like they did at the end of the year last year.
Ernest is probably going to join during your answer, Bump, but offense as well, and Shanahan's offense, right? You have to study for them twice a year when it comes to your prep for pre and post. You know what? It might even be Ernest answering this question that I was going to have for you. Seahawks linebacker Ernest Jones joining us right now for the huddle. And Ernest, we're all very, very excited to see you guys hit the field for week 1 against the 49ers. When it comes to this defense, I'm guessing the expectations internally are really, really high. You guys were great last year, and Mike Macdonald obviously gets a lot of praise. What are you feeling most confident in when it comes to you guys defensively heading into week 1?
I think the work. I mean, I think the work that we put in. I don't know, or I mean, it's just truly my belief. I don't think no team or defense has worked as hard as we have this offseason. So I find confident in knowing how hard we worked, and regardless of any situation we come in contact in the game, we prepare for it, and we go out there, play hard, let the chips fall where they fall.
You're married with kids, right?
Yes.
So communication is big, as you know,
100%.
And I would assume that your communication with Tyrese Knight has probably grown over this offseason a little bit. How has that relationship grown, and how's it going to help this team this year?
Yeah, that's my dog right there, man. That's my I still call him, that's my little rook, even though he's not a rookie anymore, man. We just grown as, a personal relationship off the field. And that only helps us during the games, man, and during practice. We're so locked in, like, hey, how'd you see that? Did you see it the same way? And most of the time we see it the same way. So we're just going to grow as a duo.
How about your relationship with Mike Macdonald? I read something earlier in the week that he said you don't mind him talking to you, but then sometimes on the sidelines, it's like, it seems like it's the right amount of communication between you and him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're always communicating. We met this morning talking over a few things, so we're just always in constant communication. I'm the next person after he makes a call that has to relay and deliver the information. So I just want to make sure I'm on top of that, and just make sure the guys aren't worrying. But we have a great relationship. That's my guy. Love Coach Mike, and I'm excited about this weekend.
How much was Mike Macdonald, or maybe the direction you thought Seattle was going in, a factor in your decision to sign a long-term deal here?
Yeah, Coach Mike had a lot to do with it. I think, from the time that I got here in October, I seen changes, in my game that, other coaches may or may not have been able to tap into, but he was able to help me, figure out, moving efficiently, and I just think this defense fits. When you have a true bona fide Mike in the middle who can run the show and, make plays when that's needed, I felt like it just fit me. So he had a big part in that decision.
Man, I love that y'all are getting the Niners week 1. I'm like, let's get this thing going. What are some of the things that you're anticipating they're going to try to do offensively?
I think it's what they always do. I mean, they want to run the ball. If you give them success running the ball, Purdy's back there. He can make all the throws. So you got to come out there, be disciplined, just knowing that it's their first game, our first game. So there are going to be a couple things they're going to try to throw at us that, that we haven't seen during camp. But ultimately, all the good teams, they go back and they run what they know best. And that's what we feel like they're going to do with a few wrinkles.
Yeah, that's every game you see something that you haven't seen on film, right? But like as far as having Kubiak here, you're kind of picking his brain a little bit. How similar is it to what you're seeing out of practice?
I think it's very similar. I think, truthfully, it's the same offense that we've been practicing against during this training camp. They just have their own wrinkles. You see what Kubiak likes to do and how he likes to attack us in person. So we've been able to, in practice, kind of fix those things. Now we just got to see what the Niners are going to bring and see what's next.
Do you feel any kind of pressure heading into this season, knowing that so many people are expecting, like, the defense is going to set the tone, really high expectations? I mean, there's one reporter, Shil Kapadia, had you guys ranked as his #1 defense. I know you don't want to listen to outside noise, especially when it's negative. What if it's really positive? Do you feel the extra pressure?
I think pressure is when you don't believe in it, or you're not confident in yourselves and you didn't put the work in. I think with that group in there, we put the work in. We're expecting certain results. Now, it's the game of football. It's the game of life. We're not going to be perfect. Teams are going to make plays. They get paid too. So we're just excited about the opportunity. We want to put this team on our back and see how far we can take this thing.
I'm jealous of y'all, man, because when I played, Holmgren made us wear suits and ties to every game. And y'all, it's a fashion show when y'all walk in. I be peeping trying to see what y'all wearing. What's your approach? You got a wife who hook you up? You got a stylist? How you going to shape your fits this year?
I'm terrible with these. I don't think about a game day fit till probably like the day before the game. So then I'm rushing trying to find something. So for me, it's a good T-shirt and some jeans that'll get me through.
Yep.
We're only wearing it for 5 minutes anyway, so it doesn't matter too much.
That's how linebackers dress, man. Yeah, just keep it simple.
Right.
Hey, what about what can you say about some of the rookies? Some of the guys on defense, like Eamon Worry, and have they contributed? And what did you see from the young guys?
I've said this once before. Just they're a good group. They're prepared. They're trying, man. That's the biggest thing I see. Like, they're trying. Coming as a rookie and playing in the NFL is hard enough. But when you come in and you play with a team like us, where there's a direct goal that we're trying to get, where there's a mindset that you have to play with to be a part of this team, it's tough. But these guys, Nick, all the young D linemen that were fortunate enough to make the team, like, they've always all picked it up and they've been just learning and just carrying them through. That's all it is.
Now, I don't mean to circle back to Bump's question, but I do have a follow-up. I do have a fashion question. Okay, so I appreciate you going on Vibes day before. Yeah. I think that's what I would do as well. Respect it. And you're a veteran. You're like head in the game. Right. I'm a leader here. Like, I got to focus on the playbook. However, which of your teammates probably is taking a little more time? Like, which of your teammates this Sunday, when we're looking at the tunnel, you're going to be like, of course, Jaron Reed did this. Okay. Like, who's it going to be?
It's going to be Leo for sure. Jax is always like, Jax our little pretty boy on the team. Jax is going to come out with something. Those two guys, they're going to come and they're competing with one another, I think. So they always got a good fit. They always look nice.
I saw the Seahawks media team was asking you guys who's most likely to like be on Love Island or The Bachelor, and you guys all said Jackson.
Yeah. That's another reason why he's going to take extra time for his outfit.
Of course.
Damn receivers.
He's got to get ready. He's diva receiver. You know what? He's making the diva list for that reason.
He's making diva list. What's up with the backup LBs, man? What's your role with them? Do you take time with them to make sure they're on point, ready to go?
Yeah, that whole group's really close. We joke, play around all day. We're always helping each other out. I mean, the guys that are, I guess you would say under me in the depth chart, they're helping me out as well as I'm helping them out. It's all just kind of a group family, whatever we're seeing. Honestly, with that group, we're just trying to win. We're just trying to do our best to, be the best that we can be at that given moment, given day. And if you're in there, we're going to do our best to help you get that way.
Who's somebody, I know that Jay Reed was talking about the walk and talk or whatever, and he said he got to know Michael Dixon. Not usually a relationship between the D tackle and the punter, but anybody that stood out to you that you learned something about? And tell us about those sessions or whatever you do.
So those walk and talks are basically like, there's a place that this team is trying to go. We don't know how that's going to go, but we're putting our best foot forward to achieve those things. So we're basically, either attacking something coach is trying to, implant in this system, or we're just talking about life, seeing how guys are doing, learning about those guys. Because truth be told, if you know about a person, if you're close with that person, you'll go to war and you'll fight for that person a lot more. So that's all we're trying to do. I've been with, I guess you say, everybody on the team. Me and I've learned a lot about Elijah. I've been just trying to make sure these rookies understand, like, especially coming in as a vet, just making sure they understand that, like, we care about you. We want you to be here. We want you to be successful. So I've been close in learning about everybody, trying my best at least. So it's cool.
Last one for us, a big talking point, I think, for a lot of folks in media heading into week one is going to be, hey, home field advantage, like the team needs to get it back. And I'm going to save you answering, well, we need to win, because players take accountability. So I already know that would be your first answer. But can you at least speak to what's it mean to be at a home field when there is that noise as a player, from a player's point of view? Do you feel it? What's the energy like?
Yes, you definitely feel it. And I'll say this, like, we're blessed to be able to play in a place like this. Like, we always get flack for it always raining, but that's just our style. That's our normal. That's what we're used to. And the 12s give us life. They give us life. A part of them giving us life, we have to. Richard Sherman said it in a meeting, like, feed them big plays, feed them big moments. This crowd and the 12s are a weapon. We just got to go out there and get them on our side and get them, use them more, make some plays, and feed them chaos. Like, that's what we're trying to do as a defense, feed them chaos, and they'll show up. They show up for a preseason game. So win a couple games, they'll be there.
I like feed them chaos. I hope it's like dinner is served.
Well, and some people said, like, it makes it harder on defense. You got to use hand signals because you can't hear out there. Tough. But I said, to me anyway, it was the trade-off of adrenaline.
Yeah.
What they bring to you.
I've almost played in every stadium. There's no place like this. And I didn't know how badass it was, truthfully, because I played on the other side. So didn't hear much because our offense was going, but this is the loudest place in America.
Right. Well, we're hoping it feels like that on Sunday. We think it will, and expecting a really exciting game. Ernest Jones, thank you so much, Ernest.
Appreciate you.
All right, Eric Saubert joining us next. This is The Huddle.
The guy we've been wanting to speak to.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
Josh Naylor.
Have you gotten a sense of how the fan base has responded to you? Like, when we're on the air and we bring up your name, the texts are flying. They better re-sign him.
The fan base is crazy. It's like almost electric. You can sometimes like feel the ground shaking a little bit when something cool happens. So far, the fan base has been awesome. Even my family says they're incredible and probably one of their favorites that they've had in my career.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
The fall, well, it's a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff, and Top Fitness has some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about working out in your home gym. It's the best. From flooring to everything that goes in that gym, like treadmills, ellipticals, and strength training systems, well, Top Fitness provides it all. Top Fitness represents the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, yes, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with so many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions right now, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll do a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing. Mention you heard it from me and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone, from personal trainers to professional athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit them online at topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
I had pain. I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug, and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Back to the Huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
All right, you are listening to The Huddle with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Stacy Ross. We're going to be joined, hopefully, in just a few minutes by tight end Eric Saubert. If not, he'll join us in our next segment. So I was going to ask you about some of San Francisco's offense before Ernest joined us, but I think I'm going to flip the script and look at Seattle's offense. There's a lot of questions we have about what we're going to see, Bump. And a storyline we're not talking a lot about, though you think we should be, is the usage of tight ends. Seattle hasn't gotten the most out of that position group in a really, really, really long time. Do you like this group this year?
I do. I think you have a little bit of everything. You have A.J. Barner, who was becoming a good blocker. He can catch the football as well. You have Arroyo, who's your hybrid linebacker. You have Saubert, who, when I broke down doing 4-down territory, is going to do the dirty work. I believe he had like 370 snaps last year, 14 receptions. 177 snaps the year before that, 3 receptions, and something around 250 the year before that with 13 receptions. That tells me my man gets his hands dirty, and that's what you need. You need the blue-collar tight end. You need the explosive Ferrari and Arroyo, and then you need the SUV that does a little bit of everything, and A.J. Barner. So I love this group. I think tight ends are the most versatile group out there.
Wyman, when you want to have a physical offense, where's the physicality got to come from?
I think tight end is a big part of it, man. I mean, there's such a hybrid, as Bump said, and you look at what Kubiak had going in New Orleans last year. They had like 480, almost 500 snaps with multiple tight ends, and so and last year for us, I think it was like 200.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'm really excited about AJ Barner. I think AJ Barner can be like a Kittle and Kelsey type of player. I thought he had such a good rookie year. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but like he developed as the year went on. And then you're right about Saubert. I mean, he's just a grinder. He's just a tough guy. So, and then, you got Arroyo. I think it's a great blend. I mean, you got kind of the journeyman tough guy and Saubert. You've got AJ Barner, who I think can do pretty much anything. And then, you got Arroyo, and I remember Schneider saying that we can use him as an X. And I was like, no, come on, man. And then I went to the mock game in particular where I saw it. I was like, oh my God, he looks like a receiver running routes out there. So maybe not as good as some receivers, but I mean, I don't want to get too
Bum said, careful
away.
lumping these tight ends in with us here.
all right.
They don't have the agility.
There's room.
There's room.
But the other thing is, I don't think they asked him to block in college, Arroyo, and I think he's a guy that can develop that at some point. But from what I understand, they don't care. I mean, I asked about him, like, what about the blocking ability and that development? And they're like, we don't give a crap.
I'm sure they said it exactly like that too.
Something like that. Yeah.
We're going to be joined in just a minute by Eric Saubert, who's making his way over here. When you're talking about the defense that Clint Kubiak's offense is going to face week 1, I got a lot of questions about San Francisco. Like, I know exactly what to expect from McCaffrey. Yeah, he's older. I know what to expect from Shanahan's offense. You still got Kittle. You still got, your same quarterback. There's some new faces on the defense, and I think a lot of questions in the secondary. Is that an opportunity? Like, normally for tight ends, I'd look at your linebackers, but, like, is there an opportunity for a nice day from your tight ends against San Francisco?
Yeah. It's week 1. There's always an opportunity for anybody, right? Everyone thinks everyone's breaking the huddle with championship on 3. Everyone is super optimistic, but when you have the turnover that you had on the San Francisco defense, yeah, there's opportunity. And because just of the way we assume Kubiak's going to call a game. He's going to pack it in, lots of motion, under center, run the football, play action. When you operate in that way as an offense, there has to be opportunities for your tight ends to make plays.
One of my early questions is going to be about veteran leadership, because Saubert's the oldest tight end in a very young group. When did you guys realize, whether within your playing careers or even like in college, where you're like, oh, I'm the veteran now? Like, people are asking me.
I think when I got to Denver, I think I was 31 years old, and I had ice packs all over me. I was starting to get some gray in the beard. And then I was like, yeah. And then the young guys just looked at me. They treated me differently. Like, they couldn't believe how old I was.
They were like, 30. Wow. Yeah. Tight end Eric Saubert joining us right now. You are listening to The Huddle. And Eric, yeah, yep. We were just talking about being veterans and when that kind of hits you. And in this room, it's a really young team. And are you kind of like becoming this veteran voice and someone they turn to?
I think so, yeah. I think they said everybody in the room combined years of experience is still less than mine. So that's kind of crazy.
So you won.
No, but it's great. Everyone in the room is like super eager to learn and be great football players. And, I share what I can with the experience I've had, and they're really just open and want to learn, and it's a cool room. It really is.
From what I observed through film and matching your snaps or whatnot and watching you out there, you don't mind doing the dirty work. And we were just talking about tight ends and how I think they're the most versatile football player out there. How do you like your role with this team, and what do you expect for yourself this season?
Yeah, I think you said it. Like, versatility is what a good tight end should bring, right? And so whatever it is, the dirty work, getting out of the pass game, breaking dudes off in man coverage, whatever it is, like whatever we're asked to do, that's what we got to do. And that's what's cool about our position. It's like we wear so many hats, and it's like kind of like a pure football player. You get to do a lot of things, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, you do everything. I mean,
Yeah.
pretty much. And as far as your blocking, was that something, because a lot of people talking about Arroyo, that he's more like a receiver, but I mean, blocking is about want to, right?
Yeah.
And then, when you came in the league, how much did you learn about blocking, or were you already ready to go?
Oh, no, I wasn't even close to being ready. I think Elijah's actually ahead of where I was when I was drafted. I was a pure receiving tight end on paper, all this as well as scouts said. And it was a big adjustment, obviously, from Drake, right? Like, wasn't blocking anyone, like, on the edge that we face and at that level. But yeah, it's a combination of a couple things. It's 1-2. It's getting the reps. It's learning techniques that work for you. And he's gonna be if he wants to, man, he can become a great complete tight end. He's shown his receiving ability, obviously, and he's shown definitely great flashes of run game. But a lot of that just takes repetition and experience for you to develop. And then, like you said again, 1-2. So
who are, in your opinion, including maybe some of the wide receivers, just some of the better blocking guys on this team where you're like, man, that guy's...
You talk about wide receivers?
Wide receivers, or including like tight ends. Like you
Tight
mentioned,
ends.
Arroyo is great, but I'm assuming that in Kubiak's offense is hugely important.
It's like, it's hugely important in this offense for everybody to commit to that, right?
Yeah.
That's why it's cool you see our receivers, right? Like when we're running inside zone, outside zone, we're push cracking, right? Like we're coming down on safeties and we're setting the tone. And I think the receivers and the tight ends, we try to take a lot of pride in, in handling those tough jobs, because that's kind of what makes this offense go,
My first ever jersey, Seattle fans are going to hate this, was a Hines Ward jersey, because he was a smaller receiver and he used to knock dudes out. I used to love watching Hines Ward play. Who did you like watching growing up?
So yeah, I grew up in Chicago. I was a huge Bears fan. I think Julius Peppers was a big. It wasn't on the offensive side. Matt Forte was cool to watch, but Julius Peppers, he was just a dog on the edge, and it was kind of like a full circle moment. I got to the league and I was drafted by Atlanta, and all of a sudden I'm lining up against Julius Peppers on the Carolina Panthers, and I'm like, man, that was wild for me.
I bet.
Yeah, it looked like he could have been a basketball player as well.
He was.
Oh, yeah, he was.
He was in college.
Yeah, he played. That's right. In college. But I mean, who did you sort of model your game? I mean, when you were growing up, did you play a lot of different sports? First of all.
Yeah, I didn't play football actually until high school. I played baseball my whole life. My mom really wouldn't let me play football until I got to high school. And then I kind of fell in love with football, fell in love with basketball. Jimmy Graham was someone I looked up to. I ended up being his teammate too, which was kind of full circle as well. Tony Gonzalez was an awesome tight end to learn and watch. Still pull up some of his stuff. So
every team that I was ever on, there was always somebody talking about how good they were at basketball.
Yeah,
like that's like a
guys,
point.
yeah.
Like everybody thought that they were. I could have played in college. Is that still the same way?
I think so. I think a lot of people.
There's a lot of bragging that goes on about basketball.
Everywhere in the locker room, you're going to find people that say they should have been in the NBA if they weren't doing this.
We have interviewed wide receivers who have said, like, if I was 6 inches taller and wasn't choosing football, I'd be in the NBA.
You need to have that kind of confidence about you. That's the right position
Right.
group to have that confidence, I think.
All right, he is Seahawks tight end Eric Saubert, kind enough to join us on the huddle. Eric, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We're going to hear a bit from Sam Darnold later. Don't go anywhere.
Cool. Yeah.
Touchdown Seahawks! Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football with the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible.
Number 71, Walter Jones. As strong as any defensive player he faced, he had the feet of a dancing bear, and he had hands that once they gripped you, he wasn't going to let go.
The next great chapter in Seahawks history begins Sunday in the season opener against the 49ers at Lumen Field. Kickoff at 1:05.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore. So he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagoner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagoner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagoner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Paid for by Hims & Hers Health. Hims & Hers Weight Loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions at 4hers.com apply. Wegovy and Ozempic are not compounded.
Trying to lose weight? It's time to try Hers. At 4hers.com/radio, you can access affordable, doctor-trusted weight loss treatments tailored to you. These include oral medication kits and compounded GLP-1 injections, the same active ingredient that's in Ozempic and Wegovy. Through Hers, pricing for oral medication kits starts at just $69 a month for a 10-month plan when paid in full upfront. No hidden fees, no membership fees. You shouldn't have to go out of your way to feel like yourself. Hers brings expert care straight to you with 100% online access to personalized treatments that put your goals first. Reach your weight loss goals with help from Hers. Get started at 4hers.com/radio to access affordable, doctor-trusted weight loss plans. That's 4hers.com/radio. FORHERS.com/radio.
Back to the Huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
All right, you are listening to The Huddle with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Stacy Rost. The Seahawks playing a very important divisional opponent in Week 1. Already, you got to make a statement. So what kind of statement, Bump, could they make with a win?
That they're for real. That this ain't just a game. This is life. You know what I mean? The defense has improved. The offense has a clear identity. It's more about establishing yourself. I could imagine them losing this game and me walking away feeling okay about the direction they're headed. You play to win the game. I understand that. I'm not accepting defeat. But Week 1, Kubiak, new offensive coordinator. You sign Abe Lucas. You have additions to the defense. A clear direction will make me feel good about whatever results happen.
I know we talked about what kind of statement they can make, but a similar question, Wyman.
Yeah, I mean, this offense needs to start fast. I mean, it can't be like the defense was last year, I guess I would say. And look, they're 1.5-point favorites. We won 10 games last year. They won 6. And coming in here, if you look at that kind of thing, which, you know, if you're a gambler, and it's not even about that. It's really just about like, well, who's favored? Who is expected to win?
Yeah.
They're expected to win. And I think one of the reasons why is you had a total teardown on offense. Total teardown. I mean, it really was. And if you look at, and I feel really good about it. I feel like it's better than it was last year, certainly. So just the things that they're doing, the offense that they run. I look at, you know, the offense, I look at like from a linebacker's standpoint. And so I was watching some of the preseason games, like they ran just a full flow fake. It was under, you know, quarterback under center. Fake run, and then it was like a 2-step drop for Purdy, and he throws a slant on the backside. I mean, that kind of stuff. Then, you know, you get full flow one way, and then he boots out, and then it's a deep crosser, which is really hard to cover. I mean, remember when Rick Woolen picked off that pass last year against Denver?
Yeah.
Like, and Mike McDonald was like, has anybody ever seen a corner do that before? So they just put you in really difficult situations as a linebacker. I mean, like I said, the full flow, and the one thing about it is that they sell it, and it's not just like going through the motions. You can do play action pass all you want, but if you really sell it, and going back to Boomer Esiason, the Cincinnati Bengals, we played him in the playoffs, and you couldn't tell the difference between run and pass. You really couldn't. So I mean, you just have to be on top of it, and I think they're executing that. Really, I mean, you look at, and the biggest problem really coming into this season was offensive line. I feel really good about this offensive line. Now, I think there's a big question mark. Can Sundell, I know he's smart enough, but is he big enough? And can he execute it? And then Bradford, I know he can do it. He just has to concentrate on every single game. And then, you know, I love the way the offensive line is constructed. So, yeah, I mean, I think the offense can get off to a fast start. It just, I think from a lot of the guys that ran this offense last year, they were frustrated. It was, you know, they didn't like it. And there was a lot of guys that voiced, they were, just kind of, I would just say angry.
Yeah.
There was a lot of anger, as far as that goes offensively. So I think that's the biggest thing is that I think a lot of people are not expecting them to start fast offensively. And I think they are, because this is as Gray Zabel, he told us in a production meeting, he goes, this offense is an offensive lineman's dream. Nobody would have said that last year.
No, not at all.
Nobody.
That's an interesting way to phrase it.
And for a rookie, I mean, it's kind of interesting for him to say that. A lot of people might go, "Oh, shut up, rookie. You don't know what you're talking about." But I mean, he is very mature, and just what he is able to do. He looks like a veteran right now. So I think for this offense, I do believe that they are going to get off to a fast start. And I think it's going to be just night and day as far as offense goes.
All eyes on offense will be on Sam Darnold, and we will hear from him next.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer. And this week's guest, starting left guard, Gray Zabel.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The fall, well, it's a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff, and Top Fitness has some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about working out in your home gym. It's the best. From flooring to everything that goes in that gym, like treadmills, ellipticals, and strength training systems, well, Top Fitness provides it all. Top Fitness represents the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, yes, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with so many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions right now, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll do a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing, and mention you heard it from me, and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone, from personal trainers to professional athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit them online at topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7. 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. What about when you want to sell your car, though? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, but how can you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Stacy Rost here, and that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $800,000 to their customers. You can go to the website to see pictures of giant checks for yourself. It's such a great offer, and I know exactly what you're wondering right now. How are they able to do it? It's not a consignment because you get paid for your car right away. Wayscar Ford pays you right up front. They buy your car for fair market value. No more insurance, no more maintenance, no more storage, no more headaches. Then they pay you half the profit when they resell your car. It's just that simple. Get the most money possible for your old car at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
Back to the Huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
You are listening to The Huddle with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Stacy Rost. Anytime you preview a game, you got to talk about the quarterback. So let's hear from the quarterback himself, Sam Darnold, speaking with reporters now.
I feel like it's been a really solid week so far. Obviously, getting going today on third down day, and yesterday I thought was a really good day. Just executing first and second down stuff, and obviously really tough defense, a tough challenge in San Francisco, and everything that they bring from the D-line to the backers. To the back end as well. I feel like those guys just fly around, and they do what they do exceptionally well. Obviously, Coach Saleh being there now as well. So excited to, have that opportunity to go against a really tough defense and a really tough team.
You talked before about how your time in San Francisco changed you as a quarterback. What do you reflect on as you face them again?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, I've always, understood what that time meant for me, as not only as a person but as a player as well. And I've always, I always really enjoyed my time in San Francisco. But being here now in Seattle, I'm excited to have that opportunity to go against them. Like I said, it's a really good organization, great players, great coaching staff over there. So just excited for the opportunity.
You guys only play
one series in the preseason. Just how excited are you to see what this offense can do playing a whole game together?
Yeah, we're ready to roll, man. It's been a long lead up to this first game, as it has been for most every team in the NFL. But we're really excited. We're excited to just roll the thing out there, kick it off, and get the season underway.
You got to play against this defense last year in Minnesota, and Fred Warner in particular. It was like Superman out there, sometimes full stretch. How do you count for a player that can do things that nobody else can do in the middle of the field? Yeah, Fred's obviously an incredible player. You have to give your respect to him, but they got a lot of great guys around him as well. Obviously on the D line and in the back end. I feel like obviously with Demo out there at corner, you got some other guys that made some splashes last year, and they got some really good rookie talent as well. So we got our hands full a little bit going into this game, and again, like I keep saying, man, we're just excited to go against them, excited for the opportunity and the challenge that they bring.
Sam, you talked about it was third down day, but how important is it to win first down, and how do you win first down? Yeah, I think that's going to be a huge key, is staying efficient on first and second down, as it is every single game, but especially against these guys. It's a huge key to stay efficient on early downs, not having any negative plays, not having any penalties, false starts, holdings. For me, being able to get the ball out of my hands. So it's just all those key things are going to be huge in this one.
You played well under center, play action. A lot of quarterbacks aren't comfortable with their back to the defense. What about that has worked for you, and when did that start clicking for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is my feet. As we say, listen to our feet. That's kind of the key for me in drop back or play action game. And I think at the end of the day, like just understanding kind of the coverages that we're going to see. Obviously, it's kind of tough in this first game, with Salah going back there, and you have a ton of film to watch and a bunch of different things that they can bring, a bunch of different coverages, pressures. But I think just being prepared for what they could potentially bring, because when you do turn your back to the defense, you just got to be ready for, is it going to shell? Is it going to single high? Are they playing man? Are they playing like a match coverage? Are they bringing pressure? So there's a lot of different things that go through your mind, but by Sunday, you would like to have that narrowed down and have a really good idea of what we're going to see when we get out there.
Sam, in a conversation about leadership and accountability with Marshawn on his pod, you used the example of like, my receiver runs the wrong route, I throw a pick, I'm going to eat it, basically. Yeah. Have you always been like that? And if so, why? Like that version of accountability.
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, that's whether it was my fault or not, whether nobody really knows, it was kind of a combination of the two. I think the biggest thing is just taking accountability. That's the biggest thing that, I've not only for my teammates to hear, but also for myself. I feel like if something goes wrong in a play, what good does it do to just say, oh, I did my job? I feel like I did everything I could to make that play work. It just didn't work. It's like, no, I think you can look in the mirror and understand that everything can be better. And that's the kind of, not only myself, but I feel like that's the kind of guys we have in the locker room, and it's fun to play with guys like that.
Have you seen that version of leadership and accountability? Like, have guys given you feedback about that? Like teammates said they appreciated it?
No, I think at the end of the day, like we just appreciate each other. We love, coming to work every single day with each other. And we love the accountability that everybody, takes for, their mistakes, or even if they didn't make a mistake and they think they did, most guys will be the first ones to own up to it.
You've obviously been through this before going into a season, with the benefit of experience. I'm just curious, how you feel different after 7 years, after 5 teams, just kind of what's the benefit of experience for you? How do you feel most prepared and confident, and what's different this year than maybe previous years?
Yeah, I think that's a deep question that I really haven't had a ton of time to look back on my career and think about. I think at the end of the day, you gain so much knowledge just from experience alone. I had gained a ton of experience from the 6 years previous to last year, and then obviously gained a ton of experience last year. And so you just continue to stack that up over the course of time, and it just, obviously defenses start bringing new things, and they show you different looks and different pressures with different coverages. So there's always something new that defensive coordinators like to keep quarterbacks on their toes with. And I think that's the fun part about the game, though, is it's ever evolving, and it's changing all the time. And it's not like I've been seeing the same coverages the last 8 years. There's different coverages and different pressures that coordinators are figuring out. I mean, just, check out Mike and his defense and his scheme that he rolls with. Even last year, some of the stuff that we had to prepare for in Minnesota, preparing for Mike and all the different pressures and coverages they could bring, it's challenging, but it's really fun. I think that's the fun part about football is it challenges you in such a great way. And for all 11 guys to go out there, see a tough look, pick it up, score a touchdown, or even just gain 5 yards on a 3rd and 4. That's the beauty about football and sports in general.
Following that up, what are defenses doing that are different now from 8 years ago when you came to the league?
Shoot, I mean, there's a lot of different pressures. I think that'd be an interesting question to see how Mike would respond to that. I'm not sure he would get too in-depth with you, but there's a ton that defenses are doing that are trying to beat certain protections, doing certain things on, get back on track downs, which are 2nd and long, and 3rd downs especially. So it's like I said, that's the fun part about football, and we're just continuing to try to get better as an offense and pick all that stuff up.
This is just one game out of 17, but it's still the first one where you're really making a first impression to a lot of fans out there. How much emphasis do you think about that, or how much do you kind of weigh into that, given that this is really the fans' first chance in a regular season game to see you play?
Yeah, it's incredible. I think, just the opportunity that I get to be able to play in front of these fans, finally as, our fans. I feel like I've been coming here the last few years, and it's nice to have them on my side now, and it's incredible. I know the energy that the 12s are going to bring out there on the field, and we're really looking forward to playing in front of those fans. And but I don't put much pressure on myself. To answer your question, I think at the end of the day, I prepare so much throughout the week to just go out there and let it rip, have fun, be loose, and be myself.
We are going in the trenches with Ray Roberts next.
Touchdown Seahawks! Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football with the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible.
Number 71, Walter Jones. As strong as any defensive player he faced, he had the feet of a dancing bear, and he had hands that once they gripped you, he wasn't going to let go.
The next great chapter in Seahawks history begins Sunday in the season opener against the 49ers at Lumen Field. Kickoff at 1:05.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Summer can be the best time of the year, but if it's not feeling good in your house, if it's turning into an oven, some of the problems might be because you don't have enough insulation in your crawl space or attic. In fact, many homes in our region have damaged insulation or even none at all. Yeah, it's Mike Salk here, and you got to get somebody to check on it. That's why you call Crawl Pros. They'll come out and do a full corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic. And if it turns out that you've got a problem with your insulation, and maybe that's leading to bigger energy bills, guess what? Local utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of getting your house properly insulated. In fact, if you're a PSC customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to get your attic properly insulated. Yep, 95%. Call Crawl Pros if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic. Schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed all in. Plus get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Help create a future with no more drunk driving victims. Join Molly Shen and the Davis Law Group for Move with MAD, September 13th at Red Square, Central Plaza on the UW campus. Move with MAD raises awareness and funds to help end drunk driving and prevent underage drinking. Every step taken and every dollar raised can help keep our families and communities safe. Sign up to walk or join the team at madwashington.com. Move with MAD, September 13th on the UW campus. Register today.
Switching bath soap from sandalwood to tropical essence? That's glamping in the rainforest. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway near SeaTac. Tolling September 29th. Free Good to Go sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. This is The Huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman.
You don't sound it. You go get that.
Time to go inside The Huddle.
We are going in the trenches with Ray Roberts. Ray, how's it going?
It's going good. How you guys doing, man? You guys ready to get this regular season going?
I'm so ready. I mean, obviously, we got to start with Thursday night football. We're going to get Friday night football with the Chiefs. I'm going to start fittingly, since we're going in the trenches, with the offensive line. But, Ray, we're going to cover plenty of ground here. The Seahawks and tackle Abe Lucas reportedly agreed this morning to a 3-year extension. Just how massive is it for this offensive line to get Lucas to start the year?
Well, I think it's super important that, first of all, the message that it sends that they must have some confidence in whatever injury situation he's dealing with over the past couple of years, that they feel good about it. He feels good about it. Because to me, Abe has the ability to be an all-pro, Pro Bowl type player. He can finish blocks. He's one of the stronger players, on the field. He has great technique. He has a drive him in the dirt type of mentality. And, he really kind of can set the tone for this offense and this offensive line.
Yeah, and probably the best news, Ray, is that,
Abe Lucas is healthy. I mean, it was kind of weird how that whole thing went down, and he never really said that much about it. But yeah, it was kind of interesting that now all of a sudden we're just not even talking about his knee, and it's a huge relief.
Yeah, absolutely. To me, Dave, the success of this whole team rides on the success of the offensive line. Right now, like, I'm not a big Pro Football Focus thing, but people are. But they're ranked probably, I think, 30th, by Pro Football Focus. And if they can get to somewhere between 15 and 20 at some point during the season, then you really truly have an offense that's really clicking, and you have a chance to really do some, get to the playoffs and do some work. But then that all relies on the health of Abe Lucas. And then I think I heard you talk a little bit earlier about the continued growth and focus and the want to by Bradford. And then you're going to have some efficiency in the growth of Raible. But to me, that right side, the health of the right side mentally and the health of the right side physically will go a long way to determining how much this offensive line improves and how much of a asset is going to be for the success of the football team.
Big Ray, I think we're all excited to see this run game get going. You got Ken Walker, who should be available. You have Zach Charbonnet as well. The question is, how do you divvy up these carries? If you are Kubiak and McDowney, you're having conversations about these running backs, what is your approach going to be?
You know what? Obviously when I played, we just had these bell cow type of running backs. So you didn't have all this in and out with all the different dudes. But I can see and understand why it's that way today, because the guys can play a little bit longer. You get a little bit more production out of multiple players over one. But I think they all have a certain skill set for different situations, and I think you have to play it that way. I think you have to plan for situations where you go, this is Charbonnet time, plan for situations where this is Ken Walker time, and then sprinkle in some of those other guys. And then, obviously, if you get a guy that gets the hot hand, you got to kind of roll with him. But I think if you just have some type of random in and out of the game type of thing, for me, as an offensive lineman, you kind of lose rhythm with the person that you're blocking for, because they're so different in how they run. But I do think that you have to find a way to have a rotation based on situation, based on down the distance, based on how the game is going, and then also based on how that particular player is playing in the game. Because I do think it can be an asset for a team to have two kind of totally different types of styles. I would imagine, trying to tackle a Ken Walker is different than trying to tackle Charbonnet. One, you may lose your shoes and your jock strap, and the other one, you may get your chin busted up. So it's like, so you got to be ready for all of that.
The 49ers are favored in this one. In fact, I think last time I checked, they were like a top 10 team in terms of bets placed to win a Super Bowl. I think just a lot of people expect that a healthy 49ers team is going to be great. That being said, do you think the Seahawks are being underestimated, maybe even disrespected in this one?
You know what? I hope that they take it as being underestimated and disrespected, because that adds a little bit of fuel to the fire. And I will say, I heard Bumpus earlier saying that, you never won a football game on paper, and so you got to go out there and run the plays and play the games and make the tackles and make the plays. And then at the end of the game, when it's four quadruple zeros on the screen up there, you figure out who has the most points. And so I think it's always a kind of a good place to be in when you're starting a season, when people aren't talking about you, aren't expecting a whole lot out of you, but you may secretly know that you have something that can happen that can be special. I do think that, I'm cautiously optimistic about what the offense will be. I know it's not going to probably hit the ground running, and this is a good first test for them. But I do expect the defense to show up with guns a-blazing and ready to play some football and keeping the Seahawks in the game as the offense finds its footing and as this running game kind of gets itself going.
Hey, Ray, what's your sort of breakdown of Raible? Just one of the things I would say is that, once the play starts, he has incredible instincts. Like he just kind of does whatever it takes. And, we talked about the fact that he jumped over the leg of a defensive lineman that most guards probably would have fallen down there. And just, but I mean, it just seems like once the play starts, he does a really good job as far as adjusting to what's going on.
Well, the thing I love about him, Dave, is I don't get into a whole lot of the all this combine numbers and things. Like, you can play or you can't play, But sometimes when those numbers also show up in how you play, then you end up with something special. And so if you look at all of his metrics, his vertical, his 40 time, his 10-yard splits and things like that, this dude was a really good athlete. I want to say elite athlete for the position that he plays. And then it just so happens that the guy just has grit and toughness and know-how to play football. He's a good technician. His footwork is good. He has strong, powerful, deadly, I don't want to say accurate hands. He doesn't shoot to the outside shoulders of guys very much. He's really tight with his hands on the inside, on the numbers of guys. And he has the ability where his athletic ability shows up is in his recovery. There was a lot of times during the preseason where he was out of position. But his ability to move his feet, to move his body laterally, gave him a chance to get back in on the play to be able to make the block well enough for the execution of it to be good. So I love Grace Raible. I kind of came across him his junior year in college, and somebody had mentioned him, and so I was a little bit skeptical because of the level of play. But then I don't watch guys particularly for who they're playing against. I look for all the stuff. Where's his knee bend? Where's his power angles? Where's his lateral movement? Where's his desire to finish? All those types of things. And he had all of those things. And then he showed it at the Senior Bowl. And some people will try to talk down what he did at the Senior Bowl, but he was playing against dudes that were getting drafted from some of the best conferences in the league that we want to give all the credit to. And all those dudes were lining up to play against him, to prove themselves against him. So that says a lot. And so I've been really impressed with what I've seen from him. Obviously, there's going to be learning curves, and there's going to be times where he looks great, and there may be some times where he gets fooled by things. But he seems to be a really quick learner. And then, like I said, sometimes the greatest Band-Aid on the offensive line is that you just have the toughness to say, I'm bringing this all-day sucker, and you're going to have to deal with me all day long. Whether you beat me 2 plays in a row or I get you 10 plays and you get me 1, it's going to be all freaking day. And he has time for it, and that's what I love about him.
He is Ray Roberts. You can hear more from Big Ray on the Seahawks pre- and post-game show. Thanks, Ray.
Thanks, Ray.
Thanks, Ray.
Yes, sir. You guys have a good one.
Voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible, joins us next.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer. And this week's guest, starting left guard, Grace Raible.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Paid for by Hims & Hers Health. Hims & Hers Weight Loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions at forhers.com apply. Wegovy and Ozempic are not compounded.
Trying to lose weight? It's time to try Hers. At forhers.com/radio, you can access affordable, doctor-trusted weight loss treatments tailored to you. These include oral medication kits and compounded GLP-1 injections, the same active ingredient that's in Ozempic and Wegovy. Through Hers, pricing for oral medication kits starts at just $69 a month for a 10-month plan when paid in full upfront. No hidden fees, no membership fees. You shouldn't have to go out of your way to feel like yourself. Hers brings expert care straight to you with 100% online access to personalized treatments that put your goals first. Reach your weight loss goals with help from Hers. Get started at forhers.com/radio to access affordable, doctor-trusted weight loss plans. That's forhers.com/radio. forhers.com/radio.
Start having fun. Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. The fall, well, it's a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff, and Top Fitness has some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about working out in your home gym. It's the best. From flooring to everything that goes in that gym, like treadmills, ellipticals, and strength training systems, well, Top Fitness provides it all. Top Fitness represents the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, yes, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with so many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions right now, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll do a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing. Mention you heard it from me and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone, from personal trainers to professional athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit them online at topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Do you have a car you want to sell, but you just don't want to go through all the hassle? With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people just aren't comfortable selling their own car. So how do you get the most money for your used car without having to sell it yourself? Stacy here with the answer. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car and pay you right up front for it, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share half that profit with you. The question I get most from friends and colleagues is, well, what's the catch? How can they offer this? It's actually super simple. All the money they save by not traveling to buy cars at auctions, like purchase fees, shipping, and travel expenses, is what allows them to offer this. They'd rather share that money they save with you rather than outside vendors. They encourage you to shop around, but look, if Wayscar Ford can pay the same or more as competitors and then share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you sell your car anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with their customers, and it's only at Wayscar Ford. WayscarFord.com. Check them out today. WayscarFord.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
Help create a future with no more drunk driving victims. Join Molly Shen and the Davis Law Group for Move with MAD, September 13th at Red Square, Central Plaza on the UW campus. Move with MAD raises awareness and funds to help end drunk driving and prevent underage drinking. Every step taken and every dollar raised can help keep our families and communities safe. Sign up to walk or join the team at madwashington.com. Move with MAD, September 13th on the UW campus. Register today.
Since our start in 1976, the 12s have grown louder. And our dreams have soared higher.
Your Seahawks, Super Bowl 48 champion.
But we're not done. We're ready to stack more wins.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
To show the impact of 12 as one.
Nobody has left this place. It is pandemonium in the stand.
And create moments no one will ever forget. The 50th season starts now. Get your tickets at Seahawks.com.
Back to the Huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
The voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible, joining us right now for the Huddle. Steve, how's it going?
Great, guys. How are you?
Good. I just realized how weird it was to call you Steve. I don't think I've ever done that. Rabes.
What have you called me? You?
Okay.
Well, he was used to like, hey, you, throughout his career.
Just, hey, buddy.
Yeah. Hey, buddy.
Hey, number 83. Come here. I don't care what your name is. Come over here. I got that.
Exactly. Rabes, Mike McDonald coming off a 10-win season, best record for a Seahawks head coach. What's a step forward for his team look like this year?
Well, obviously, you want to win more games. That goes without saying. But I think the step forward would be, well, sure, you'd like to win the division. I mean, that's kind of the goal every time you go into a season. Everybody talks about, well, we want to make the playoffs. Well, the way to do that is you win your division. That means you kind of control that destiny, at least at home, for a time, unless you have the best record in all of the conference, and then you get to stay home
the whole time, which is what the Seahawks have done a couple of times now and been to Super Bowls. So I think that's got to be one of the big things on the horizon. But I think mostly it's, even though we got off to a 3-0 start last year in the season, that was a little, confusing maybe, a little window dressing. Those teams weren't very good at the time that we beat and went 3-0. And then when you start to get into the meat of the season, bang, you lose 3 right away. So I think one of the things that Mike wants to do is, a second year into this defense, we should very well be better than we were a season ago. And you got some new players offensively. It might take a little bit longer to get up to speed, but you're playing the kind of offense that Mike wants to play, and that is that downhill outside running game, mix in the passes, and be tough up front. And that's the direction I think this team is headed.
Rabes, we were kind of looking at, the fact that they're 1.5-point underdogs at home. And I don't know, it just, maybe we're too close to it, but, what would be your reasoning that, that they are favored here? Because I don't know, I mean, maybe we're too close to it, and I think that's probably always the case, but I don't know. I mean, how much do you admire the 49ers and what they're doing to be able to get a 1.5-point? I mean, they won 6 games last year. It's just kind of odd to me, and I'm just trying to figure out why that is the case, being kind of a homer.
Yeah, well, I was talking to my bookmaker the other day, and he obviously is thumb on the pulse of what's happening with respect to teams.
We know that's not true.
Yeah, that's right. I just detest giving money to somebody on chance and then expect to get something back in return. We work too hard for that money that we make. But that aside, remember last year, we were 3-6 at home. I mean, we just didn't play well enough at home. And so when anybody is looking at what's going on with the Seahawks, I think one of their first thoughts is, hey, is Lumen Field the kind of place that teams don't want to come to anymore? Because last season, 6 teams came here and won, and a number of those games were convincing victories. And, you can argue that, there were a lot of other fans in the stands at the time because a lot of Seahawks fans were able to sell their tickets. And, teams like the Packers that can't get into Lambeau will travel and come all the way out here and watch a game to see them play against the Seahawks. But I think this is a better team, obviously. I believe definitely that the Seahawks are a better team than they were a year ago. So throw out what happened before. The 49ers, good team. They had a lot of injuries last year, and that's the reason they were out of the playoffs for the first time in recent memory. But they've also replaced a lot of guys. I mean, they have a bunch of new players on offense. Yeah, they still have Purdy. Yeah, they still have McCaffrey. They've got a good defense. But they've got a new look lineup, too, on both sides of the ball. So, pick them even if you want. I like the Seahawks at home, obviously. And, yes, we're homers, Dave. That's just the way it is. That's not going to change because we want to see these guys win. But and I think opening up with a division opponent, if there's already not enough incentive to win, that's one.
Rapes, which rookie are you looking forward to seeing perform the most?
Wow. Well, we've talked a lot, Dave and I have, especially in the booth, about Raible. But, the left guard is not exactly the guy that stands out when you're watching a game. It just doesn't, come to top of mind. You unfortunately for offensive linemen, we tend to mention them when they, have holding penalties. But we're really going to keep our eye on him with the entire group of offensive linemen because what we saw against Kansas City is what we hope we're going to see this season. Yeah, it's not always going to work that well, but we rushed for 260-some yards against the one of the Super Bowl teams from a year ago and one of the great teams of this decade in the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, I know, backups and all, but it didn't matter. We played our backups too and still ran for a lot of yards. So, Gray is going to have a big part to play, I think, as one of those guys. I'm hoping Torrey Horton, I know he practiced yesterday. I think he's going to be okay for the game to play, whatever they ask him to do. But I'm excited to watch him, rookie wide receiver, because he's got, if not star, he's got big play guy written all over him between punt returns, his ability to catch the football, to run deep, to make catches in crowds. I like what I see out of him. So I'm hoping that we're going to see a lot in that way. And then, you know, remember the defense is pretty much set. We got some nice additions to the depth, but I guess Nick Imamori on the as one of the safeties can make some big plays, and he will stand out, I think, at times. Keep your eye on Jared Ivey a little bit. He kind of flew under the radar during training camp, the rookie free agent. I also mentioned him because he went to Georgia Tech. But he's a terrific outside backer, big guy, makes things happen.
I know we're all anticipating this team to really try to establish the run. Bump and I were saying we wouldn't be surprised at all if the first play from scrimmage is a run from Seattle. That being said, the secondary is kind of a weakness, or at least a big question mark for San Francisco. You might have already answered this by mentioning Torrey Horton's big play potential, but do you think there's opportunity there for Sam Darnold to kind of move things downfield?
Well, I do. And, you know, Sam has been really on target during training camp. He has a really good grasp of this offense. He understands where guys are supposed to be. He's got guys that are his receivers, obviously Cooper Kupp, who we didn't see very much of during training camp, but we know what he can do. And you keep him healthy, and he's a 60, 70 catch guy, and a lot of the tough catches. He'll be in the slot more than JSN, and JSN outside is just a threat every time you're on the field, whether it's a deep post, an out and go. I mean, there's any number of things that he can do to make big plays for you. And then let's not forget, I mean, Derek Young and Cody White, two big bodied wide receivers. They could be good in the red zone. So I like the targets. And, you know, yeah, you look at the Niners. Renardo Green is in his second year. He got an interception against Geno last year, and he's a pretty good cornerback. He's a little bit bigger bodied guy, but Diamador Lenore, 5'10", you know, they're not that stout. One of their safeties, Jair Brown, is 5'11". So I like our chances, but again, it all gets set up by the ability to run the football and find a way to keep Fred Warner blocked the entire darn game, because he's a guy who disrupt things. Him and Nick Bosa can really make some serious problems for your offense.
He is the voice of the Seahawks. You hear him Sunday, Steve Raible. Thanks, Rabes.
Thanks, Rabes.
All right, kids. Thank you.
See ya. We have a lot of questions about the 49ers, and ESPN's Nick Wagoner is here to answer them. An opponent preview coming your way next.
Touchdown Seahawks! Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football with the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible.
Number 71, Walter Jones. As strong as any defensive player he faced, he had the feet of a dancing bear, and he had hands that once they gripped you, he wasn't going to let go.
The next great chapter in Seahawks history begins Sunday in the season opener against the 49ers at Lumen Field. Kickoff at 1:05.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Construction. You know, it was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com, or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, two-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel is open and you can book now at snocasino.com. The destination spa, the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the big 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yeah, the new restaurants, food venues as well. Effortless style and the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com to book. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 2 tickets to see The Who at Climate Pledge Arena September 25th. Your last chance to see them live. Head to seattlesports.com/win to enter and see contest rules. That's seattlesports.com/win for your chance to win.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2
on Seattle Sports.
You are listening to The Huddle. We're joined now for an opponent preview with ESPN's Nick Wagoner. Nick, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Fantastic. Excited for week 1 to be underway here. There was some contract news this morning on wide receiver Juwan Jennings, which is perfect because that was my first question for you. I know that he'd been dealing with a calf injury. Just read your own injury report on ESPN. Kyle Shanahan saying he's good to go. But what kind of workload should we actually be expecting?
Yeah, I think that's the big question, and there is a little bit of a comparison to last year. If you guys remember when Brandon Ayuk went through his contract situation, he missed most of camp, and then he came back around the same time Juwan Jennings did in terms of days before the first game, and then he played in that first game, and he was fairly limited, at least in terms of snaps, and even said after the game that he was kind of struggling to find his wind a little bit. So Juwan Jennings missed 36 days of camp, 36 days of practice, and while he was still working out and things like that while he recovered from the calf injury, that's not the same as playing football and doing all that a wide receiver needs to do, particularly a guy like Juwan Jennings, who is an all-out kind of high-effort type of guy, especially in the run game. And so I do imagine he's going to start and play a fair amount, but I'm guessing it's probably not going to be as much as you'll see from him as the season goes on, maybe 70, 75% of what his normal workload would be. That would just be my guess based on kind of talking to people and where he's at right now, coming back from that calf and dealing with the contract issue.
Niners signed MVS. I thought that was a great pickup, especially for what that offense does over there in San Francisco. How much should we expect to see MVS out there? According to ESPN, he's number 1 on the depth chart, but you never know with those things.
Yeah, I think he's probably slotting in at the 3rd spot right now in terms of how they plan to use him. Obviously, he brings a little different element than what some of the other guys have. As you guys saw him up there in training camp this year. More of a deep threat kind of guy, not necessarily going to work the whole route tree and do a lot of the stuff, the deep, intermediate dig routes and things like that are staples of Kyle Shanahan's offense. But I do think you're going to see a fair amount of him, particularly when the Niners want to stretch the field, or at least give the Seahawks a look that they have someone who can stretch the field to maybe try to open some things up underneath. But obviously, you go into this game, the focal points of the 49ers offense are still going to be kind of the staples that you would always expect. Of course, Christian McCaffrey, tight end George Kittle, and then I think Ricky Pearsall, who's had a really good camp, looks like he's poised to take on a much bigger role this year as well.
It's such a good point because it's an interesting foil for both of these teams. We have no idea what to expect from this offense. New coordinator, new quarterback, some new wide receivers. Conversely, I already know the offensive stars for San Francisco. I already know Shanahan's plan, but I have a lot of questions about the defense, whereas Seattle's defense returning, pretty much every starter. Tell me, let's start with the secondary. What should we know about the 49ers secondary?
Yeah, to me, the defense is the biggest question on the team. But when you want to isolate a specific area of the defense that is the biggest question, to me, it is that secondary. And I look at safety. I felt like going into last year, safety was probably the weakest position on the team. I think that proved true over the course of the season. I would say that's the case again this year. Now, as the season goes on, that could change. Malik Mustafa, who was a rookie last year and had a pretty good rookie season the Niners are really high on, is out for right now with a knee injury. He's not going to play at least the first 4 weeks, probably closer to week 6 for him. And then you have a group. It's Jason Pinnock, who is a free agent that they signed, I believe, from the Jets. He was with Robert Saleh, so he at least has some familiarity with the defense. Jair Brown, who's entering his 3rd year, but has really struggled to kind of find himself, stay on the field in particular. But even when he's been out there, he's kind of struggled a little bit. And then they have a rookie in the 5th round named Marquise Siegel from Kansas State, who's been impressive. And the Niners like him. There's a chance he's going to start on Sunday. We actually don't even know as we sit here right now who the 2 starters are going to be. I think that Pinnock will definitely be one of them. The other one will be one of the other 2 guys I mentioned there. But those aren't exactly household names. And so I think that's a huge question. Then at cornerback, I think the Niners feel really good about their top 2, Diamador Lenore, Renardo Green, a second-year guy. Those 2 guys are good players and really ascending players. They have a rookie named Upton Stout, who they really like, who's their nickelback. After that, the depth is almost non-existent, guys. An injury at cornerback would be really devastating for the 49ers, particularly against teams that have talented wideouts. So I think the secondary is definitely a place that I'm guessing that the Seahawks are going to try to exploit, particularly kind of the intermediate deep stuff over the middle where they can get after those safeties a little bit.
Hey, as you know, before the season starts, right, every regional media person is trying to figure out who their team is and what their capabilities are. And with the 49ers, I mean, obviously last year they were banged up, but for the last 4 or 5 years, it's been, okay, this is a Super Bowl kind of team. You look at the roster, guys are getting old. You do add some new pieces to it. What's the feeling like over there with the 49ers? Do fans and the organization feel like this is still a Super Bowl caliber team, or are they trying to fill things out and try to take it week by week?
I think it's a great question, and I think the answer is nobody knows. And I don't think the 49ers know. I have a piece coming out on Saturday where Kyle Shanahan gathered guys on the 49ers who have been with the team for at least 3 years at his house back in the spring. And he wanted to talk to all those guys over dinner and basically tell them, like, hey, everything we've done over the last 4 or 5 years, like, we can't worry about that now because this team is going to be so different than what we've had in the past. As you guys know, the Niners had a mass offseason exodus, almost 20 players who left either in free agency or were traded or who were released. And a lot of those guys weren't necessarily big stars, but guys who were kind of guys they depended on, guys who were key pieces of this team, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, Aaron Banks, guys who maybe are kind of fringe Pro Bowl types of guys who all left in free agency, and then they cut guys and traded Deebo Samuel. So especially on defense right now, they could have as many as 8 new starters on defense. Now, you still have Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and Diamador Lenore, who are great players, but the other 8 spots, we don't really know. And so the way I look at it, the way I look at this team right now is, especially in the early part of the season, they need the offense to really carry a lot of the freight. They're bringing back 9 starters from last year, or guys who would have been starters had they all been healthy for most of the year. That is the place where they have at least some form of continuity. They have the same play caller in Kyle Shanahan. They need to be able to put up, 28, 30 points a game over the first 5, 6, 7 weeks to give that defense a chance to, A, kind of figure out the personnel, but then also kind of figure out their identity as well. And so I think that when you look at this season, the Niners, what their hope is, the offense can carry a lot of the load early in the season. The defense can catch up. And then by the time they get to the later part of the season, those young guys will kind of be coming into their own, and then they'll take their chances to try to make a playoff run.
Hey, speaking of the offense, you might have more insight into what Seattle's offense might look like than we do. We haven't seen Clint Kubiak in a regular season game, but you're obviously plenty familiar with the coaching tree from which he comes from, quite literally with Kubiak, but also having coached with Shanahan, Shanahan's father, obviously, really incorporating a lot of that offense. So we've been trying to talk about, what can we expect with the wide zone offense? What do we need to see in order for it to work? How does it fall apart? When you think of Kyle's kind of tenure in San Francisco, how have you seen him evolve as a play caller? What kind of obstacles has he run into?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing you always have to know about a Kyle Shanahan offense, the number one objective is to make everything look the same. No matter what the formation is, no matter what the personnel is on the field, they want the defense to think that everything looks the same as it was before, and then they can do different things off of that. And so that's when you're going to get you've probably heard the phrase 1,000 times in camp up there, eye candy, right? Like making the defense watch something that may not even be all that pertinent to the play, whether that's a motion or a stretch of some sort or a personnel, tweak of something they might do with a fullback, things like that. And all of it is window dressing to run the plays that are basically the same thing over and over. And a lot of that, like you said, wide zone. But Kyle Shanahan hasn't just been a wide zone guy. That is the staple that they're known for. It is still a big part of their offense, but they run some gap scheme. They run some inside zone things. So there are different things they like to do in the run game that allow them to be multiple, kind of depending on what their personnel is, what they have up front. 49ers have, I believe it's by average weight, the lightest offensive line in the league. So that's why you get a lot of that wide zone stuff where they know that they're probably not going to be able to just kind of run teams over by running gap stuff, but they will work it in. And then in the pass game, like I mentioned earlier, the big staple is always going to be the intermediate middle, those dig routes. Pierre Garçon is the guy that a lot of people talk about when they talk about like who was a Kyle Shanahan wide receiver who just made his living by being fearless, going over the middle, running 15-yard dig routes. Those are the kinds of things that you're going to see, and those are also the kinds of things that set guys up for run after the catch, right? If you have a quarterback who's accurate, can hit that guy on the move when he's running that dig route, there's an escape route to keep running and get yards after the catch. So those are kind of the basic staples that I think you're going to see. I know a topic of discussion, even the 49ers locker room yesterday was, what's your kind of state of readiness to take on that wide zone, knowing that you see it every day in practice? How beneficial is it? That kind of thing. So I think the Niners are certainly expecting that, just based on their familiarity with both Kubiak and with Sam Darnold too, to some extent.
As you know, Sam was in San Francisco for a year, only threw 46 passes his time there for 297, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. What did you learn about Sam while he was there? What was the talk about him? And what do you expect his success to be like over here in Seattle?
Yeah, Sam was the guy I always really enjoyed talking to, whether it was about football or our shared love of golf and things like that. But, I think my colleague up there, Brady Henderson, wrote a really good piece the other day about what Darnold's year in San Francisco meant to him. And I helped Brady out. I talked to Kyle Shanahan about it a little bit. And I think the big thing for Sam Darnold was just getting into a situation where he could relax a little bit, which he had here because Brock Purdy was the unquestioned starter. And so Sam Darnold had a chance to take a step back, observe, see the things that he needed to do. And when he came into the league, as you guys know, he was expected to be the savior at a franchise that they've had how many saviors at quarterback now that haven't been saviors? I think that was the pressure that goes with that, with the Jets, that made it really difficult for him, where even if you try to put all that aside, it's just human nature to kind of feel that pressure every time you step on the field. So I think he had a chance to step back, and he told Brady, he had a conversation with Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy views playing quarterback in a way that a point guard would playing his position in the NBA, right? Like, get the ball to your playmakers, give them the opportunity to do a lot of the heavy lifting, get the ball out on time, make sure you're going through your progressions, those types of things. And I think that, at least from what Sam told Brady, that was a conversation that really resonated with Sam Darnold. And I think it really helped him last year when he was in Minnesota. He was, again, in kind of a familiar offense, very similar to what San Francisco runs with Kevin O'Connell. And he had those playmakers, one of the best in the league in Justin Jefferson, but TJ Hawkinson and Jordan Addison, all those guys. And just get the ball out on time, get the ball to those guys and let them make plays. And I'm sure that's kind of the same mentality that he expects to have up there. I think Sam Darnold's a good quarterback. I think there's still room for him to continue to get better too. And I would expect him to have a good season up there.
ESPN's Nick Wagoner helping us preview a divisional matchup for Week 1. Nick, enjoy the rest of your week. We'll see you up here Sunday.
Thanks, Nick.
You got it, guys. Take care.
John Boyle coming our way next.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer. And this week's guest, starting left guard Raible.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle without using your own money? You'll learn to flip houses and secure rental properties in your spare time to get on track towards real wealth building. We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FREE to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop this week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FREE to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FREE to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FREE to 64,000.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Back to the Huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
This is The Huddle featuring Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Stacey Ross. Joining us now, Seahawks.com reporter John Boyle. Boyle, how's it going?
It's going great. Excited for week one.
I'm very excited for week one. Importantly, the Seahawks are at home for week one, where they've been pretty solid in their last 3 home starts, going 2-1. But on the other hand, the 49ers have gotten the upper hand, I think, for the last 4. So 2 things butting heads here. Mike McDonald talked to you guys about reestablishing that home field advantage. What did he say?
Yeah, I mean, that's been a talking point since really last season ended when they went, 3-6 at home, which big reason they weren't a playoff team as good as they were on the road. So, yeah, I mean, they're looking at a lot of different things. They're just tweaking, really the whole process. Okay, what are we doing from when we leave this building Friday until we take the field at 105 or 125? And, how can we be better? Whatever needs to change to just be more ready when that game kicks off. So, he's not getting into too many specifics, understandably. He wants to kind of keep how they do things private, but he's definitely talked with players about it. Mm-hmm. Just sort of looked at anything they can tweak and do different. Because, yeah, I mean, if you're going to be the kind of team that they want to be, you got to be good at home.
Tell us about the new warm-up schedule. I just think it's such a Mike McDonald thing to think about that. Because who thinks about warm-ups?
I think most, and that's a great example. Like most coaches are just going to be like, well, how do you warm up? Okay, this is what we're going to do. Or just take what I did with my last team.
Or just do what I've always done.
But to actually make it something that we're going to dig into and say, hey, how can we change our warm-ups? But, it makes sense. If something's not working, you want to look at everything. That's kind of how Mike operates.
So how does it kind of go? What's different? I haven't been
I don't know all the specifics. I'd have to sit through the whole pregame.
But it's just kind of like
us media, we're sitting around eating the free food and not paying attention before the game.
Looking out once in a while at my phone.
But it's kind of more of like a build-up, and they don't spend as much time out on the field.
I think the idea is just how do we build towards peaking at the right time.
Yeah.
What have you gotten from Sam Darnold? He doesn't give much. You listen to him speak, pretty even keel. I'm going to say all the right things, but what are you looking for, and what do you feel is going to happen on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just kind of got that chill, even keel demeanor that is honestly great for that position. Not everybody's that way, and you want guys to be themselves. It was like Geno Smith was a little more fiery, but that's who he was, so that's who he should be. I don't think quarterbacks trying to fake it is a very good thing. And it's interesting. I talked to Sam about this last week. He's described himself, I've seen this in interviews, as an introvert, and that doesn't necessarily go with what we think of quarterbacks and leadership style. And he said it took him a while. He says actually it's Teddy Bridgewater early in his career that kind of noticed hey, you're not being yourself, and you don't need to be what you see Tom Brady being or what you see these other quarterbacks kind of trying to be whatever leader you think you're supposed to be. Just go be yourself. And that's who he is. He's just he's going to lead by example. He'll get on guys when he needs to, but I like his style that he just seems like a pretty mellow guy who's true to who he is.
Mm-hmm. The Seahawks have had mostly good injury news, but it sounds like Uchenna Nwosu's still kind of up in the air. When we get inactives 90 minutes before kickoff.
That'd be something.
I know. Let's say that Seahawks fans look at their phone, that we look at the little papers they hand out, and we say, okay, Uchenna Nwosu not playing. How should Seahawks fans be feeling?
I mean, yeah, we'll see. We'll probably know a lot more by tomorrow when they have to put a designation on him and we hear from Mike McDonald again. But, yeah, I mean, I certainly wouldn't worry about it. I don't think there's ever been a sense with him coming back from the surgery that they have a real precise he needs to be on the field this day. I mean, the fact that he's practicing is encouraging to me that, we didn't know with him opening camp on the PUP list where he'd be at this time. And, again, whether he plays or if he does play, is it limited? We'll have to see what he does. But, yeah, I don't think it's anything they're worried about at this point. He wouldn't be out there practicing and doing what he's doing if they thought, he was still months away or anything like that. So I think it's just building him up, and he'll get out there when they're ready.
I don't know how Gary Kubiak was able to tell Clint and Clay apart if you look at their 2 pictures.
Yeah, why would you name your kids something that close together? It's just a good way to confuse yourself.
I mean, the Kardashians did it.
Yeah. But, yeah, what have you been able to kind of glean from talking to Clint about the relationship with his brother?
Yeah, we haven't talked to him this week, and I'm sure that'll come up when he talks to the media later today. But, yeah I mean, it's kind of cool whenever you get these football families where it's clearly they were raised in the game of football. I mean, they came up, the head coach at San Francisco, same way, Kyle Shanahan playing for his dad. And to me, it's really fascinating, all the overlaps in the Kubiak and Shanahan coaching trees of, Gary Kubiak working for Mike Shanahan, and some of these offensive line assistants for the Seahawks worked for both Shanahan and Kubiak. So it's a lot of cool connections there. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what Clint says about his brother later today. But I'm sure it'll be a fun little subplot to this game that you got the coordinators on both teams.
And there's another one. I'm sure his name starts with K. I'm not sure, but there's
bet
another
there
brother
is.
that
Maybe
is
a
actually
Clay.
he's like in personnel with the. Is it with the Raiders? I think, or
there is one more. But
yeah, it's football fan. Klein
with a K.
That's it. Yep, of course.
Lots of Ks. Running back situation. Haven't seen a bunch of K9. Saw a lot of Zach Charbonnet, and obviously, well, naturally, people gravitate towards what they've seen recently, which is Zach Charbonnet. How do you think this thing plays out?
You know, I get this a lot. I think probably because fans want to know about fantasy football, but I don't have a great feel for it till we see. It's a new coordinator, it's a new scheme, but all signs to me still point to Ken Walker being the number one guy as long as he's healthy. And he's, I know there was concerns he was kind of nursing that foot injury and they were limiting him in practice, but really since the week of the Green Bay joint practice, he's been pretty full go. Looks great. So I think we'll see a lot of him, but ideally, if this offense is what you think it can be and what you expect it to be, they're going to run the ball enough that there's going to be a lot of opportunity for Zach Charbonnet as well. You look at some past years where there's kind of been running back one and there's not really many touches for anyone else because I think they were 29th in the league in attempts last year. I'd be very shocked if they were near the bottom in attempts this year from everything we've seen and heard. So there should be plenty of touches for both those guys.
Our final minute has a very standard finish to the show. The Seahawks win week 1 against the 49ers. If John, will start with you. Bump, you go last.
I mean, really, both sides to me, it's so much about the run game. This 49ers offense we've seen over the years, when McCaffrey's right and he's running the ball, they're really dangerous. You look at late last season when the Seahawks beat them, McCaffrey had an okay game, but he only got 76 yards or something on 19 carries. So they kept him fairly well bottled up. And we know Seahawks, they want to run the ball. Mm-hmm. We've seen it in the preseason when they're running it, this offense hums. So I just want to see the Seahawks be the better running team, whatever that looks like statistically.
Quick answers for both of you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Mine was like 10 minutes long last time that I answered this one. But yeah, you got to start fast offensively. And yeah, I mean, I think you need to see something much more like what we saw against Kansas City in the preseason.
I forgot who we interviewed, but they said this offense will have a democratic approach. That's what I want to see.
Around.
Lots of touches for multiple.
Love it. I'm going to say the power of friendship. Thank you to John Boyle for joining us today, and for all of our other guests, Ray Roberts, Steve Raible, Nick Wagoner, Ernest Jones, and Eric Saubert. The NFL season is underway. Seahawks taking on the 49ers at Lumen on Sunday for week 1. Wyman on the call with Rabes. Bump on pregame show at 10 a.m. sharp. This has been The Huddle.
You've been listening to The Huddle, exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app. Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football with the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible.
Number 71, Walter Jones. As strong as any defensive player he faced, he had the feet of a dancing bear, and he had hands that once they gripped you, he wasn't going to let go.
The next great chapter in Seahawks history begins Sunday in the season opener against the 49ers at Lumen Field. Kickoff at 1:05.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Paid for by Hims & Hers Health. Hims & Hers Weight Loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions at 4hers.com apply. Wegovy and Ozempic are not compounded.
Trying to lose weight? It's time to try Hers. At 4hers.com/radio, you can access affordable, doctor-trusted weight loss treatments tailored to you. These include oral medication kits and compounded GLP-1 injections, the same active ingredient that's in Ozempic and Wegovy. Through Hers, pricing for oral medication kits starts at just $69 a month for a 10-month plan when paid in full upfront. No hidden fees, no membership fees. You shouldn't have to go out of your way to feel like yourself. Hers brings expert care straight to you with 100% online access to personalized treatments that put your goals first. Reach your weight loss goals with help from Hers. Get started at 4hers.com/radio to access affordable, doctor-trusted weight loss plans. That's 4hers.com/radio. FORHERS.com/radio.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
The fall, well, it's a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff, and Top Fitness has some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about working out in your home gym. It's the best. From flooring to everything that goes in that gym, like treadmills, ellipticals, and strength training systems, well, Top Fitness provides it all. Top Fitness represents the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, yes, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with so many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions right now, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll do a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing, and mention you heard it from me, and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone, from personal trainers to professional athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit them online at topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Hey homeowners, John Curley here. Why not improve your home's comfort and efficiency now? Plus, save 50 to 75% by combining tax credits, rebates, and incentives on a new heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Help create a future with no more drunk driving victims. Join Molly Shen and the Davis Law Group for Move with MAD, September 13th at Red Square, Central Plaza on the UW campus. Move with MAD raises awareness and funds to help end drunk driving and prevent underage drinking. Every step taken and every dollar raised can help keep our families and communities safe. Sign up to walk or join the team at madwashington.com. Move with MAD, September 13th on the UW campus. Register today.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
Summer can be the best time of the year, but if it's not feeling good in your house, if it's turning into an oven, some of the problems might be because you don't have enough insulation in your crawl space or attic. In fact, many homes in our region have damaged insulation or even none at all. Yeah, it's Mike Salk here, and you got to get somebody to check on it. That's why you call Crawl Pros. They'll come out and do a full corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic. And if it turns out that you've got a problem with your insulation, and maybe that's leading to bigger energy bills, guess what? Local utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of getting your house properly insulated. In fact, if you're a PSC customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to get your attic properly insulated. Yep, 95%. Call Crawl Pros if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic. Schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. What about when you want to sell your car, though? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, but how can you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Stacy Rost here, and that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $800,000 to their customers. You can go to the website to see pictures of giant checks for yourself. It's such a great offer, and I know exactly what you're wondering right now. How are they able to do it? It's not a consignment because you get paid for your car right away. Wayscar Ford pays you right up front. They buy your car for fair market value. No more insurance, no more maintenance, no more storage, no more headaches. Then they pay you half the profit when they resell your car. It's just that simple. Get the most money possible for your old car at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Mariners with a much-needed day off after being swept and gacking it there in Tampa Bay. They get the day off before they begin their series with the Atlanta Braves starting tomorrow. Meanwhile, games going on today. The Astros will play host to the Yankees. Twins and White Sox in Minnesota, Royals and Angels in Kansas City, Guardians taking on the Rays in Tampa Bay, Dodgers and Pirates in Pittsburgh. One game going on right now. Top of the fourth inning in Milwaukee. No score between the Phillies And the Brewers, big news for the Seahawks. They have signed right tackle Abe Lucas to a 3-year, $46 million contract extension, giving Lucas a new deal. They're betting on that surgically repaired knee, so obviously there's some comfort there. And he becomes only the second O-lineman the Seahawks have drafted since GM John Schneider arrived in 2010 to receive a contract extension. Justin Britt was the other back in 2017.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Thursday to everybody. We got a big show coming your way today. We've got our host of regulars, Paul Moyer, will join us at 3 o'clock for his weekly conversation. We got our guy, John Morosi, coming up at 4 p.m. to sprinkle whatever sunshine he possibly could on the Mariners. Charlie Furbush will join us in studio at 4:30 for the hour, and then the Cal Raleigh Show happening at 5 p.m., the latest installment of that. You guys can text in throughout the show at 866-979-3776. Weigh in on the Mariners, the Seahawks. We'll get into the news about Abe Lucas signing an extension and all of that. But, Dave, we can't avoid the pain. Can't avoid the pain of the Seattle Mariners just face-planting on the road in spectacular fashion, and led by George Kirby last night with arguably the worst start of his career. 2 innings, 8 runs, 7 earned, 10 hits. Awful. Just awful. What do you even say about it? I mean, I think he said it after the game. He might look at the film, but that's when you just flush and move on. I don't know what you get out of watching it other than maybe you were tipping pitches, maybe you were something mechanically you could pick from the film, but otherwise I would destroy that tape.
Did you see whether or not you thought he was tipping pitches? Because I saw that somewhere, and I also got a couple of texts from people. No, it wasn't the Abandoned Boys. It wasn't Paul Moyer, but it was our P1, Greg, who comes down to spring training every year, and he brings us food, and we take him out to dinner and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, I heard a little bit of that, but this is the one guy that I just didn't think that we would see have this kind of a meltdown, especially, this is maybe one of the worst, and particularly